Good morning. For those of you in Malaysia and world, um, my name is Tari Alatas. I'm from the Asia West East Center, um, together with Sheikh Sami Center for Palestine um, Studies. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to this event entitled Palestine, the One State Reality and One State Solution. Um, I'll just take a couple of minutes to make a few introductory remarks. Um, First of all, thank you very much for attending. We have most of our attendees live on Facebook and YouTube. Let me just say a couple of words about why we are organizing this conference. It's not just to speak about the current crisis, but also to ask about what Palestinians want, um, specifically one state or two states. And what would a one state look like if that is what is wanted? Um, there have been some discussions on the idea of a binational state or federation. What would that look like? What would the place of Jews be in such a state? Would this be a secular state or would it be an Islamic state? These are just some of the questions that many people wonder about. And as far as the media is concerned, most of the news on Palestine does not touch on these issues, rather it touches on the current crisis. Now, I also want to emphasize that as outsiders, as non-Palestinians, we cannot decide what is better for Palestinians. But we can participate in discussions and help create awareness about what is being thought of and what is being discussed among Palestinians. Just a few questions to think about. And I have listed here 5 questions, questions that arose in my mind. If Israel ceased to be an apartheid state, would a two-state solution be acceptable to Palestinians? Secondly, what is the dominant Palestinian view? Is it for one state or for two states? Thirdly, those who say that they prefer a two-state solution, is it a temporary thing or is it a midterm solution on the way to eventually achieving one state? Fourthly, do we now actually have one state? Um, what is sometimes referred to as a one state reality, um, with multiple forms of colonialism. And finally, how can the one state reality that we have now, or the current situation, the current state of Israel, be dismantled to create a different one state that provides justice for all who live on that land. And maybe the last question that is of interest, especially to Malaysians, is what role should Malaysia play in the international arena to advance Palestinian interests? Should Malaysia continue to add to Malaysia continue to advocate a two-state solution as it does, as most countries do, or should Malaysia change its position? So these are just a few issues that I hope we will be discussing. We are going to begin with Ms. Hanan Sahmud. She will be our first speaker. Ms. Sahmud is an advocate and legal researcher at the General Personnel Council in Palestine. She holds a bachelor's degree in law and a master's degree in international relations, and is currently pursuing a master's in law and development at the University of Melbourne. So I believe she's currently in Australia. The research focuses on Middle Eastern affairs, particularly on human rights, colonialism, and the Palestine-Israel issue. She is driven by passion for justice and youth empowerment, and we are indeed very happy to have Anand here to speak to us on these compelling issues. The floor is yours, Anand. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
We will introduce the other speakers later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farid, for this warm welcome and for the invitation. Good morning, everyone from Melbourne, Australia. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge um, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which I reside and study and live today, the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of Kulin. I pay my respect to their elders, present and emerging. Land was never ceded; it always was, always will be Aboriginal land. So this welcome country tradition actually common in Australia. Some of you might know that Australia is a settler colonial state, and it was founded on the concept of Indigenous Australian people. I'm going to go back maybe to draw parallels between Australia and Palestine later on my presentation today. But since now we're talking about Palestine and the one state reality, let me give an overview of what two state solution even means and how it relates to the international area. And then I'm gonna move to talk about the current situation or the status quo or the one state reality that we have in Palestine. And then I'm gonna give some some what do Palestinians think, what do young Palestinians think of the whole situation. I'm not here to give any solution. It's really hard to, but I'm here to share what do Palestinians think and what do young Palestinian vision, how we go forward from here. So as you may know, the two-state solution was framed by the UN, when they recognized that Palestine should be divided into states, one Arab state and one Jewish state in 1947. Back then, there were only 5 countries in the UN General Assembly, and those countries they were mostly Christian colonial powers were victorious of World War II, and those countries have decided that it's a good idea to provide an inhabited land, which is Palestinian state, give Jewish people where they can escape slavery that they were facing in Europe. By creating that, the UN has created the long-standing humanitarian crisis that is still going on. The state of Israel was established upon the concept and ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people, and it's pursuing the expansionist dream
Internet.
of the big and also using the same tactics that it was used. And then I believe solution should also be through one like way of thinking about it. And since they have the created group from the first instance, one of the solutions should be recognizing a United General Assembly where they come together and try to solve the issues we have created from the first place. The two-state solution was on paper, in reality, it has never succeeded. One Israeli state was established and it was flourishing upon stealing Palestinian land and military occupying the West Bank, Gaza, and Jerusalem. Because according to the UN partition plan, Jerusalem was supposed to be under international administration, but on the current reality, Jerusalem is under full control of Israeli occupation. Then, after that, Palestinians were the people and the word united right because everyone just recognized the new Jewish state that was established after the partition, but no one recognized the Palestinians. So the Palestinians kept fighting until today for their rights to be recognized, for their rights to self-determination, to have their own lands, to have control over the land that they have been living on for like many centuries. And after like a long history short, when the Palestinian authorities signed the Oslo Agreement with the Israel that recognized Israel as a country in Palestinian land. This is when we started talking about solution and where people started doing that on the international papers and everywhere. Although the Palestinian Authority haven't got all the guarantees that they should have in order to establish a Palestinian state, a sovereign Palestinian state, everything that the Palestinian Authority got was some promises that one day you might have a land, some control over some pieces here and there, but it wasn't a full sovereign, it wasn't full control, and never was given the power that it needs to form a Palestinian state. So if someone would pretend that the Palestinian Authority was an achievement and was, a way to recognize Palestinian people, actually it wasn't. The Palestinian Authority is acting its objective for Palestinian people and their dreams and their aspires for liberation and justice. So what we have now, we are left with a one-state reality. And we're talking about one-state reality. It has a lot of elements attached to it. So we talk about an apartheid state where Jewish people have superiority and Jewish people are on the top of the pyramid. And then we have the Palestinian people and everyone else who comes after the Jewish people. Here we're talking about different geographical locations as well. We were talking about the West Bank, and differently, we were talking about Gaza, we were talking about Jerusalem, and we were talking about Palestinians who live in Israel. So, in order to address the matter, we should talk about all those people. We should envision that all those people should be contained in any vision that we might have, because the way Israel is treating Palestinian, they're trying to divide them in order to make it easier to break their spirits. So if we're looking at what is happening now in Gaza, the way that Gaza was bleeding for 17 years and the genocide that is taking place now in Gaza, and then there's a violent genocide also taking place in the West Bank. Palestinians who are 2 million who live in Israel, hold Israeli passports, they are being silenced, they are being brutalized, they are being arrested to stand with their brothers and sisters in the West Bank and Gaza. Palestinians in Jerusalem, them are in jail. All Palestinians in Jerusalem, they can't go to Al-Aqsa Mosque, they can practice their lives freely, they can practice their right to worship. So those realities, when you think about them, Israel is trying to treat Palestinian to divide them so it can make it easier for them to not have a one aspiration that unites all of them in order to have their aspired state. The Palestinians, like they keep insisting that we are one nation and we are one people, and we refuse to be divided. We refuse to be treated as such. The one reality in the West Bank, I can talk for the West Bank because I live there. For Gaza, it's a very different story because being under blockade, like Gaza was disconnected from the rest of the Palestinian geography for 17 years. So I can imagine if someone can talk about what do they want state solution or one state solution would be much different because it's based on their experience, their isolation and under blockade and under like living in the biggest open air presence in the world. So living in the West Bank with all the settlements around us, we have today in the West Bank 700,000 settlers, which is it's gonna be 1 million. There are gonna be 1 million settlers in the West Bank living between Palestinian people. What that means in terms of geography, if we have 1 million Palestinians living in the West Bank, we have in front of them 1 Israeli settlers. Settlers, they occupy a huge size of the land. So the land that those settlements stand on, they are Palestinian lands, and they are supposed to be part of the Palestinian state that aspire to have one day. So when we think of the biggest issue here, we're thinking settlements as the highlight of the biggest issues, where settlements are eating all the Palestinian lands. Settlers are very violent. They are not a natural existence of how the land exists. They are man-made. So the way that you feel Israeli settlements are an odd view when you look at the Palestinian, horizon or Palestinian space, you feel that those settlements are made in order to disconnect the Palestinian geographies, in order to make Palestinian cities disconnected, in order to fragment the Palestinian society. Because if we surround each Palestinian city with settlements, there's no way that Palestinian can be connected from the north to the south, for instance. Now we're having a reality cities in the north of Palestine, in the north of the West Bank, like in Nablus and Tul Karim, are so isolated by settlements and they don't have access to Palestinian spaces such as Jerusalem, Jericho, or if we go like deep south to Hebron, Beit Lahem, and other cities. So we were talking about a reality where Palestinians are locked in their lands, they are isolated, they can't be connected due to settlements, due to military checkpoints, due to the reality that Israel has created for the past 75 years. So the way Israel have planned that in a strategic way where it wants even if the whole world wants to have a Palestinian state, a two-state solution, the reality on the ground, it's very hard to envision that. All the material reality with settlements, with the system, with the checkpoints, with controlling resources, with building infrastructure that is only designed to sustain people, but the rest of them, creating a reality where Palestinians are isolated in their cities and their villages. I remember when the war started, like this year, about a very recent event. It's been a year already. And at the beginning, when the war started in Gaza, Palestinians in the West Bank couldn't leave their houses because Israel has imposed a curfew on everyone in the West Bank where people couldn't go to their work, people couldn't access their schools, people couldn't do practice their daily lives because the way they have designed occupation that they can deny people the right to access, the right to connection, the right to form a community, a united community, because Israel is always threatened by united people, by united communities, by united struggles. So the minute they feel that people are being united, that people are trying to gather themselves to rise up, to defend themselves, they try to dismantle them, attach them from everything. So we were disattached when we started on Gaza in the West Bank. We couldn't move out of our cities. We couldn't visit each other. Like even the villages around the city, they couldn't visit like the village or the city itself. The way that we were disattached from each other, it was very cruel. And this tells you a lot about the reality and how it gets worse and worse in the West Bank in terms of Israel complete control over the population, complete control over the demography, complete control over the resources. Today in the West Bank, you have no option to, for instance, get a house or expand it without getting Israeli permission. And most of those permissions, they get rejected most of the time. We have the Palestinian Authority be in control in some way, but the de facto reality is that even the Palestinian Authority doesn't have control over anything in Palestine, and Israel is controlling everything. Israel is the one who decides how the Palestinians live, how the Palestinians die, how the Palestinians practice their life. With that reality, we're also grappled when we think of the situation on the ground of what will happen if if we're imagining like an apartheid, this is an apartheid situation. If we can draw the parallel with South Africa, for instance, when the apartheid system in South Africa was until South Africa rise up to form a democratic. But in Palestine, it's not only about apartheid, it's also about settler colonial violence. And this reminds me of the violence that has taken place like in Australia, New Zealand, in America, in the US, where indigenous people were slaughtered in order to civilize them, in order to, like those new states that champion human rights. So in Palestine, there's two realities that's really hard to think of, which is apartheid and the settler colonialism. If I think of apartheid as South Africa's case, I think that, yeah, let's boycott the apartheid system and let's dismantle it. And then maybe we will end up with a reality where we have one state that is democratic, people can elect their representatives and live peacefully with each other. That would be one side of the story. When you complete the story and think of the settler colonial violence that Israel has been, like practicing on the Palestinian people, it's really hard to imagine that Palestinians and Israelis would live peacefully together in a one state after apartheid is dismantled, because it goes back in history. Palestinians cannot forget what has happened to them throughout those years. They cannot forgive. They can, move on and reconcile with all the crimes that was committed in front of everyone's eyes, just because the world decides that, yeah, let's dismantle the apartheid and create another reality where Palestinian can be, like another oppressed people in one state reality. So we need to address that before we talk about one state, two states. We need to talk about maybe justice. We need to use words like justice. We need to use words like reconciliation. We need to use words like hold Israel accountable, because without holding Israel accountable to its crimes against the Palestinian people, without holding Israel accountable for the genocide that is now in Gaza, without Israel being tried for all the crimes against the humanity that has committed against the Palestinian people for the past 75 years, there is no reality where the Palestinian people and Israelis can live and coexist in one space where they can, like coexist and thrive together without justice being served, without Israel being held accountable for its crimes. I don't think a Palestinian would, or at least young Palestinian, would accept any reality. And now I'm talking like as a Palestinian in the West Bank, and I can't imagine the horrors that are inflicted on the Palestinians in Gaza. And I can't imagine talking to a young Palestinian in Gaza and ask them, what do you feel like the solution, the long-term solution to this, after like going through the genocide, and asking them if you see yourself living side by side with the same oppressors, with the same people who think you shouldn't be alive, with the same people who think that you are a human animal, with the same people who has been cheering and supporting, celebrating the killing of 17,000 babies in Gaza. So I don't think that Palestine would accept that, and I don't think even Israeli society would never accept the idea to see Palestinians as human beings. If you look at the current Israeli politics, some media would try to show the image as if it's the Israeli leadership that is racist, the Israeli leadership that is extremist, the Israeli government. But then the important thing is not only the Israeli government that has been racist and extremist, it's actually the Israeli society that has been indoctrinated into this ideology of Zionism, where they think that they are superior, and where they think that in order to achieve the goal of establishing the state of Israel, Palestinians should be killed. Like it should be on the expense of killing someone else in order for you to feel secure. So now, if you ask an Israeli in Israel, like go in the street and ask a normal Israeli, don't ask the politicians. Like we know the politicians are racist and extremists, but go to the streets and ask a normal Israeli, like a normal person, what do they think of Palestinians, and what do they think if they want to live next to the Palestinians in a one state, I would say no, because the idea is Palestinians are not human. Palestinians are a threat to their security. So if there's a Palestinian living next to my door, side by side, that would be a threat to my existence as an Israeli person. This indoctrination, it took years for the Israeli, like, the first founders to, to have those seeds in Israeli soil. And it's very hard now to come and tell all those Israeli indoctrinated like population, that you should respect Palestinians and you should treat them equally. Because if you like follow the Israeli news and see like how they, now they have polls like every week where they ask the people what do they think of the current situation, what do they think of the war in Gaza, what do they think of the war in Lebanon that has killed like 1,000 people so far. They will like hugely support and agree that Israel has not used enough force against people in Gaza. There's a poll where people have suggested that the force that has been used in Gaza is not enough. Israeli people are not convinced that this force that has been used, like Gaza is leveled into rubble. There are 40,000 people killed in Gaza, among them 17,000 like children. And Israeli people, normal people, think that this force is not enough. And the Israeli forces should use more forces to level Gaza up. We are talking about a racist society doesn't want a Palestinian to be alive, that thinks if we kill babies, that would make me feel safe as an Israeli citizen living in Israel. And with those things, with those realities that we have on the ground today, it's really hard to think of a solution where we can bring both Palestinians and Israelis together. And, we have this reality of apartheid, we have this reality of settler colonial violence. In order to get out of this, dilemma, there are a lot of things that should be done on both sides. There are a lot to be done to reconcile Palestinians and to give them the justice that they respect and they expect from the word. It started with the word creating this issue, and it's also needs the word to also stop this madness. And on the Israeli side, to stop the indoctrination of Israelis and to start building, I don't know, like the education, how they are educated, how they see as Palestinians, and all this, like, is in that is implanted in the Israeli society should be questioned and should be tackled, and the world should start questioning them in order, because we're looking at a solution that happen after like 50 years from now. We should start from today. And if we want to start from today, it's not only on the Palestinians to accept that, get over it. You should accept that peace is something you should pursue. Because if you force the Palestinian to accept to have peace treaties with Israel, you should also have the same force in Israel to accept that Palestinians are independent people, to acknowledge crimes that has been done to Palestinian people. Some Israelis today, they don't recognize the 1948 Nakba. They celebrate that day when Palestinians were ethnically cleansed as the Independence Day. We're talking here about two different realities where some people would be mourning the death, would be mourning the loss of their lands. Some people are celebrating their independence on the same land that we're talking about. We're not talking about two separate lands. We're talking about one piece of land, one people consider it to be a catastrophe, and other people consider it to be the war of independence, where they can celebrate and have festivals to, to remember the date. The realities are dark at the moment, and most Palestinians, they have lost faith in the two-state solution long time ago, because the Palestinian Authority has went in those peace treaties with Israel for the past 30 plus years, and nothing has come out. No safety, no security, no state for Palestinians. And Palestinians have tried negotiation, have tried peace treaties, have tried to, like, give their weapons away in order to have negotiations where they can have peace, where they can have their state. And this is 1993 when the Palestinian Authority signed the Oslo Agreement. And until today, although the agreement should have been, achieved a long time ago, until today, we have no Palestinian state, we have no Palestinian security, we have no Palestinian safety. Like, the way that the situation that was back then, 1993, is way better than the situation we have today after 30 years of negotiation, 30 years of peace talks. Even like Palestinians now believe, many Palestinian people believe that those peace treaties have dragged the Palestinians and made the situation even worse on the ground. It was way better when we were still resisting the occupation. It was way better when Palestinians didn't start the peace treaty with us. Now Palestinians, they have no control over their lands, have no control over their resources, have no control over their livelihood. Palestinians in the West Bank, they are being massacred and killed by their hundreds every day. Since the war started on Gaza, there's 600 Palestinians in the West Bank have been killed. Half of them are children. They are not safe. No resistance in the West Bank, but it's still the reality. So if someone would, promote the peace treaties as they are the only solution for Palestinians, Palestinians have agreed to that long time ago and have entered into peace treaties with Israel long time ago. But the ones who refuse to recognize Palestinians, the ones who's racist to Palestinians, the one who like do not accept to have a Palestinian are, are the Israelis, and they are proud to say that. And those leaders would come out in the UN and say that they would never allow a Palestinian state to emerge in front of our eyes. And they would come out in the UN and say that if a Palestinian state is to be established, that would be the end of the state of Israel. As either we exist or no one exists. Like, we're the only people who are allowed to exist in this world, and the Palestinians have no such. So if you look at it from all those angles together, you feel how when we talk, we have a one state reality, we have an apartheid under colonial state that is Israel. Palestinians are oppressed, Palestinians are second class people. But then to talk about one state reality with its simplicity, it's not also an easy thing. Even with the reality that it's a one state, there are a lot of things that needs to be tackled in order to achieve that state if it's about to happen. I guess justice is the first thing that should be served. Accountability to all the crimes, that's another thing. Reconciliation for the Palestinians for the decades of injustices, that's another thing. And maybe then we can talk about one democratic state where it looks, I don't know, like South Africa, like Australia, like New Zealand, whatever model that we can suggest today, it should take into consideration the speciality of the Palestinian situation, and with all the years of violence that is still continuous and ended, and now with the genocide in Gaza. Maybe before the genocide, people would think differently of how to envision the relationship with Israel, but now with the genocide, most young Palestinians are more like determined. Resistance is the only way forward because they believe that we've been trying these treaties for ages and it has like resulted in nothing. And now we feel the only solution that we have is resistance. Some people agree with that, some people don't, but Palestinians are left with nothing. And Palestinians now believe that since the whole world is abandoned them years ago, the only way forward is to resist. And whether this would end up with a one state or two states, whatever, they believe it's the only way forward in order to make the occupation and colonial enterprise cost them. Because for many years, the Palestinians who were suffering, it's the Palestinians who were the victim, it's the Palestinians who were paying the cost of this violence. Palestinians now, and ever since before they came into the peace treaties, they were thinking that at least the Israelis should experience the violence that they are inflicting on Palestinians, and we should make this occupation and this their colonial violence also possible for them. They can stop and start understanding how deep and traumatizing this violence is, and to make them, experience the ways and methods that they have been experimenting on Palestinian people for decades. Young Palestinian now today, believe in that. And then the polls shows that Hamas popularity as a party in the West Bank is rising more than before after the genocide in Gaza, because Palestinians see that people are left alone, people are left to defend themselves, and no one was there to rescue them when they were heavily bombed. And the only way to go forward is to defend themselves by saying no to all the violence that is inflicted on them, to say no to all the war powers that is bombing them every day, to say no to Western imperialism that with the US, with the Western world supporting Israel to bomb like children in Gaza. So people believe that we should defend ourselves. If it's the only way forward, then we are able to take it, because we are left with nothing. No diplomacy, no negotiations, no peace treaties have resulted in making us feel safe. Although we have compromised, and the Palestinian Authority, when they agreed to get into peace treaties with Israel, they have given away a lot and they have compromised a lot of rights of the Palestinian people in order to get something in return. But then this compromise has resulted in nothing. We just kept compromising and compromising without getting anything in return. And now Palestinian young people believe that this model of compromising, this model of keep, like surrendering, it's not the way forward. And it hasn't resulted in, a good life, a good safety, a state for the Palestinian people. Palestinian people are still displaced. Palestinian people are still occupied. Palestinian people are still traumatized today. And the way forward, they don't know what is the way forward for, because they don't have the right leadership that, maybe suggest something on the ground. They had to come up with those, community initiatives where they want just to defend themselves from all the violence inflicted on them. And yeah, after that, they can't think of what solution that they might have. Only thing that they want is liberation and justice, and they want to hold Israel accountable for the crime have been committing and been committing in Gaza today and in Palestine in general.
Um,
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much
much
for
for
your
your
very
very comprehensive
comprehensive presentation,
presentation.
which really revealed the realities
Reality
that people
people
have to
have to
deal
deal
with.
with.
We have
We
a
have a
few minutes for
for
discussion,
discussion.
um,
Um,
and
and we have a few minutes for discussion, and we are also accepting questions or comments from those who are watching online. Um, so, Paul open. Yes. Thank you, Ms. 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 Can see that God saw contributions from the Palestinian position, including Palestinians having more trust as time goes on Hamas to prevent that. So we're going to want to have a lengthy question. So what is the position of the Palestinian Authority now? Have they got or still got the trust of the Palestinians? Did you hear the question, Hannah?
Hear it clearly. Could you please repeat it for me? Yeah, because the mic is closer here.
Yeah, so the question was, what is the position of the Palestinian Authority? Do they have the trust of Palestinians?
The Palestinian people stopped having trust in the Palestinian Authority a long time ago, due to the deteriorating situation in the West Bank, especially because now the reality that we have Hamas controlling Gaza and we have the Palestinian Authority controlling the West Bank. So the reality in the West Bank is not that better than Gaza. Like we know, Gaza was blockaded and was isolated, but the West Bank supposedly was under the Palestinian Authority that has, supposedly a peace treaty with Israel, and Israel should have respected like their presence and their, like their existence in the West Bank. But the reality on the ground that people still feel unsafe in the West Bank. There are Israeli raids every night in the West Bank for the past, 20 years. Like, our privacy, our safety, everything is violated on daily basis. We have settlements that are still encroachment and eating up our lands. Settlers are so violent, they are armed, they kill and shoot Palestinians randomly. With those realities, Palestinian, and with having the Palestinian Authority not doing anything in face of those realities, not defending the people, not giving people mechanisms to defend themselves, Palestinians felt that they are left alone to fight the settler violence and to fight the Israeli settler regime. So when they are faced with nothing, they have lost their faith in Palestinian authority because they don't feel like they are doing whatever they are supposed to do. The Palestinian Authority, it's supposed to protect the Palestinian people. It's supposed to achieve a state where peace and self-determination is. The reality is Palestinian Authority is very weak. People have lost trust in it long time ago due to the deteriorating situation in the West Bank. And also now it turns like the Palestinian Authority is trying to save itself as like, as a project and trying to be collaborative for the Israeli occupation in the West Bank. So due to the like protocols that the Palestinian Authority is doing with the Israeli government, supposed to protect from Palestinians. So basically now how the Palestinian Authority is function is to stop Palestinians from rising against Israel by, being agent for the occupation. And this is how Palestinians are saying the Palestinian Authority right now. They're saying it's now an agent for the occupation that's continue to suppress them as well and continue to silence Palestine and try to avoid any rising that the deteriorating situation in the West Bank. So yeah, Palestinian people they have lost faith in Palestinian authority a long time ago.
Just to follow up on that issue, um, I think you said just now that they see the Palestinian Authority as an agent for occupation.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of legal structures, in terms of how the system actually works, is it fair to say that the Israelis rule the West Bank through the Palestinian Authority? So are we speaking about Palestinian Authority as merely weak or actually as complicit in Israeli colonialism?
We're talking about it in two different ways. We're talking about it in a very weak way to represent the Palestinian people and represent their aspirations for liberation. So Palestinians they look in them representing them. And we're talking about them being a cheap agent because Oslo Accord it came for the very beginning to protect Israel from the Palestinians. So creating the Palestinian Authority main goal was to make occupation less costly for Israel. Way it's done today as instead of raiding, for instance, we have um, like resistant people or someone who's part of the resistance in the West Bank fighting Israel, and those people are fighting only Israel. The Palestinian Authority would come arrest those young people, let's say, who are armed, under the excuse that you can liberate Palestine alone. So you as a young person, one person who has a weapon or something, you can't liberate Palestine. For that, we're gonna arrest you because you are a threat to the security of the Palestinian people. In the eyes of the Palestinian Authority, the uprising against Israel is the Palestinian Authority existence. So the way to do it is to try to silence Palestinians who disagree with all the tactics that the Palestinian Authority is adopting, and by silencing them, it can goes far to arresting Palestinians, to whenever, because now in the West Bank in North Palestine, people are using, like young people are using explosive to defend themselves the raids of the Israelis, and now the authorities Israelis to dismantle weapons, to confiscate them, to arrest the people who they know that they might use those weapons. So it's kind of, it's a cheap agent for occupation that makes occupation less costly to Israel and more effective of supporting the people in the West Bank. Because when the war started on Gaza, Israel had made sure that they don't want new fronts open against them. So in order to silence the West Bank, they have, they had the assistance from the Palestinian in the West Bank. So Israel cannot have another front open in front of them and where they can focus only on Gaza, and the West Bank would be handled by the Palestinian Authority. Unfortunately, but this is the reality.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? While you think of some, I also have my own questions. So two questions here, Anand. On the question, you mentioned a poll where Hamas is experiencing a rise in popularity, and I'm assuming you're referring to the West Bank,
Yeah.
Palestinian West Bank. Okay. But I've also heard some views, but these are, I don't know how widespread they are, that had Hamas not carried out the attack on October 7th, this genocide would not have happened. Is that popular? Do you find this view, how widespread is it among Palestinians?
No, it's not something that is common between the Palestinians saying that we are the reason for our suffering, because it's kind of we are ourselves, and we don't like, we are well aware of the situation. We are well aware that because in the West Bank they have like turned away their guns long time ago, and everything they got in return was feeling unsafe, feeling threatened, feeling violated on a daily basis. So people think that even when we were peaceful to Israel, we didn't get the safety that we were aspiring for. So whatever you do with Israel, you will still be attacked. So what's the point here? If you don't defend yourself, you're going to be attacked. And if you defend yourself, you're going to be attacked. So the best way to do it is to defend yourself. And whether we make it or not, at least like we tried our best and we tried like everything at our disposal. So people in the West Bank believe that this was the right thing to do, because they are so fed up of the situation where even if this didn't happen in Gaza, maybe something else would happen in the West Bank, because like there were a lot of people were thinking that there might be another uprising in the West Bank. We have like Intifada and second Intifada and second Intifada, and Israelis themselves, they were like expecting that the same thing happen in the West Bank with all the situation, all the suppression. People were, the situation was boiling. People were boiling and they were fed up in the bank. So when this happened, at first people felt that this is the right thing to do, because the first time Palestinians are attacked, for the first time they are victim of those attacks, they are the ones who were doing the attacks. And they felt, the sense of revenge. At least we did something to defend ourselves, because it's been like so long where we were getting the head and keep silent. And now it was the one time where the Palestinian dared to head. Palestinians were like very supportive. And until today, if you go like on the West Bank, the Palestinians are so supportive of the resistance movement, so supportive of people in Gaza, and they want them, like they don't want the loss of lives, Also, they don't want the diplomacy and peace treaties that resulted in nothing.
Um, One more question, Anand. And obviously, if there were to be a one-state solution, many Israelis, I imagine, would feel insecure about living in such a state because they would be concerned about revenge against them. What would or what should Palestinians say to such Israelis?
I guess the hatred starts with the Israelis. It doesn't start with the Palestinian people. Palestinians are the victim here. They're not the perpetrator. So it all started with Palestinians minding their business, and Israel came to their lands to harass them. It didn't start with Palestinians invading or like occupying someone else's land. Palestinians have been in their lands living peacefully for ages. And if this indoctrination of Israelis, they feel that the only way to feel safe is by killing Palestinians, we should be questioning this ideology. We should be questioning why you think like that. It's not that the Palestinians to prove that you can be safe around me. It's for us to question where do you get this ideology from? Why your existence is more important than mine, and why your existence only would be achieved if you kill me. Like your existence will be achieved only on my ruins. So this is an extremist, racist ideology that should be questioned. It shouldn't be like if someone comes to your house and accuses you of being racist, you shouldn't question yourself if I was racist or not. You should question this person, why you're here from the very beginning, and why you're accusing me of such thing. If you live in such idea that your only safety is through killing me, then this idea is problematic enough for us to not question the Palestinians if they are safe to be around, because Palestinians have lived there for ages. They were never aggressive. They were never, like perpetrators. They have never occupied someone else's land. It is you on the first hand who came and occupied their lands, and they're accusing them of being a threat to your safety. And then another thing, if you feel that they are like Palestinians are a threat, maybe you should question ideology or what basis your state has been built on. If your state is built on ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of 700,000 Palestinians, then you should question that those people who are refugees in the world, they might come at you because you have made them suffer their whole life for ages while enjoying your life in their land. It should be them who are being questioned. It should be them who are being, to tell us how so that their safety should be on the expense of Palestinian. And it should be like the question should be we should kind of stop asking the Palestinian if they're like or not and start asking Israelis why their existence should be on the expenses of Palestinian people. So the discourse itself be like flipped. We should question their ideologies. We should question their doctrination, not questioning the victims of their crimes and oppression. Because
Yeah.
Palestinians have agreed to have when they signed Oslo agreement. They have compromised the land. They have compromised everything in order to have this peace coexistence. Israelis today who refuse to have peace treaties and coexistence with Palestinian people. And if you ask a northern Israeli person, he would refuse to have a peace treaty. Like today, in the news, Israeli people are using public war in Lebanon and in Gaza. Like they are threatening that if their government stop bombing Lebanon, they will be protesting in the streets. They are protesting for wars to go on. So imagine like this, you have this racist, extreme ideology where you think you only can survive by killing, then ideology must be questioned.
One question is, hi, right. Hi, Shannon. Now we have finished in New York, where Saudi Arabia strong global alliance with Muslim countries to push for two-state solution in the UN. Considering your points about the two-state solution, what's your advice to Muslim countries in regard to this two-state solution? Should they change their foreign policy? What would be your advice?
What should the Muslim countries do in so states?
Uh, I didn't get that, Hannah. What did you say?
Sorry, am I getting the question? Am I getting what Muslim countries or other countries think of the two-state solution and if they need to change their foreign policy?
The question was that there is currently in the Saudi Arabia has formed an alliance of uh, certain initiatives to get countries to push for the two-state solution. So the question was, um, what would your advice be to Muslim countries in terms of their advocacy for a two-state solution? Should
Uh,
should should Muslim should Muslim countries change their foreign policy? Because most countries adopt the UN resolution for two states.
I mean, what we have now on the international level is a two-state solution. And it's the only thing that other countries can advocate for. And I can understand the hardship around it because countries outside, they cannot come up with solutions where they can force on the Palestinians and Israelis. So for now, I feel like this is the only international solutions that is available for countries to adopt. But in reality, even if countries keep advocating for that, it's not going to happen because it's not real. Like this is not achieved. This is it's hard to achieve it. But then and we have also a dilemma among the Arab and Muslim world now. I don't want to refer to Muslim word in general because I know it's very different if we're talking about like countries like Pakistan, Malaysia, Indonesia. Very different than when we're talking about other Arab entities that have normalized relations with Israel. So how like this dilemma in the Arab world as well, it's also rising, and also Arab people are start questioning the leadership, like what you have done in order to have peace treaties with Israel, in order to have peace in the Middle East, has resulted in almost a regional war now. So even having peace treaties with Israel didn't achieve peace that other countries they were aspiring for. It's just like the Palestinian. Everyone like entering a treaty with Israel ends up being in a worse situation than it was before entering those peace treaties. So I believe countries can keep advocating for that because it means nothing after. Like even if we keep advocating for that, it means nothing on the ground. But I don't think they can change the narrative and start advocating for something else because it's hard. It's hard from the should come from Palestine first, changing politics in Israel, Israel dismantling itself from the inside, which is another thing that people can think of. Israel to be dismantled. Politics, it's very kind of contrasting. The right and far left, and everyone is fighting everyone in Israel. So the Palestinians are hoping that Israel will be dismantled from the inside as well. And we're hoping for this to continue. So I guess countries can still advocate for solution, but at the same time, they should also advocate for isolating Israel, boycotting Israel, dismantling the apartheid. And then maybe after that, if that was achieved, we can look around and see what options do we have. But for now, this is the only thing that we have. And for Muslim and Arab countries, the only thing that they have to advocate for a solution. So it's not viable and it's not realistic.
Uh, I think we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, Anand Samud, for spending your time with us, for giving us a perspective which we usually don't read about or hear in the media. And we hope to continue to to engage you and have you during our future events. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to all of you here. We are going to take a break, and we will reconvene at 11 a.m. That is in about 23 minutes to listen to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to our conference on Palestine, the one state reality and one state solution. Um, I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Chandra Muzaffar. Just a few words of introduction. Dr. Chandra is Malaysian political scientist and a Muslim reformist and activist. He has written much on civilizational dialogue, human rights, Malaysian politics, and international relations. Dr. Chandra was the first director of the Center for Civilizational Dialogue at the University of Malaya. Um, he was also the Nordin Sopi Professor of Global Studies at the University of Science in Penang. Um, from 1977 to 1991, um, Dr. Chandra was with the NGO called Aliran Kesedaran Negara, which he founded. It was a multi-ethnic reform group in Malaysia that stood for justice, freedom, and solidarity. He later became the president of the International Movement for a Just World, or also known as JUST, J-U-S-T, also an NGO that aims to raise public consciousness on the moral and intellectual basis of global justice. I invite Dr. Chandra to give his presentation.
Chairperson Dr. Said Farid Alatas, Dr. Nazari, friends, Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers, Dr. Nazari in particular, for this kind invitation. My presentation is entitled Palestine and Global Hegemony. What is the link between Palestine and global hegemony? Palestine is that land where a struggle for the rights of the people, the indigenous people, a struggle for self-determination has been going on for a very, very long while. One of the longest struggles of this sort in our part of the world in recent times. Global hegemony, what does one mean by this? It is a reference to the structures, institutions, practices, and attitudes associated with the control and dominance of the global system by a few, by a very, very tiny minority. That's global hegemony. It is because of global hegemony that the Palestinian struggle for independence is still going on. It is the main struggle for independence, for dignity, for freedom, for justice. Let me try to show the link between the two, why it is the main obstacle, how it happened, what the present situation is like, and then conclude some remarks about the future. I hope it won't take too long. Try to make it a brief presentation. First, how this nexus developed between global hegemony and Palestine. It is not often emphasized that it was the creation of a state in Palestine by the name of Israel. The creation of Israel, which became the biggest obstacle to the of the Palestinian people, the creation of the state of Israel. And how did this happen? This happened. It's a very relevant question to ask because the land that we know as Palestine was lived by Jews, Christians, and Muslims for millennia, for a very, very long time. Ups and downs, but by and large, most sociologists would agree there was harmony, Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And then something happened. Germans were defeated. The British and the French imperial powers in that part of the world, in Asia, very strong imperial powers, they decided to carve out that region. And Palestine was placed under the mandatory authority of the British. British, the colonial power, they were given the mandate over Palestine. The British abused that mandate because what they did was to promise the Jews of Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, keep this in mind, friends, it is not to the Jews of West Asia, not to the Jews of Palestine, to the Jews of Europe. They promised that they would help create an exclusive Jewish state in Palestine, as long as it doesn't affect the interests of the people of Palestine, which of course nonsense, because the moment you create a state, an exclusive state in Palestine, you're bound to impact upon the interests of the people of Palestine. Was their promise. The Jews of Eastern Europe in particular, in a famous letter at that time, Lord Balfour was once Prime Minister of Britain. Lord Balfour made this promise to establish an exclusive Jewish state in Palestine in a letter to Lord Rothschild, the leader of the Jews in Europe, that he would have to create a Jewish state. That is the beginning of the tragedy called Palestine. That promise. That was in 1917, and a few Jews moved over to Palestine. The numbers were not big. There was a trickle, and there were attempts and so on, but it was on a very small scale. And then something happened which changed everything dramatically. The Holocaust happened in the 1930s and 40s. The Holocaust, in brief, the massacre, the termination, decimation of the Jewish population in Germany and other countries, undertaken by Nazi Germany. They were the rulers of Germany at that time. The Nazis under Hitler undertook this as their way of getting rid of the Jewish population. That was the Holocaust. It was a terrible tragedy. No one can deny this. It was a huge injustice, the Holocaust. And we know that millions of lives were lost, though the figure has always been disputed. But nonetheless, millions died in that Holocaust. That Holocaust created a huge wave of sympathy for the Jewish people in Europe in particular, and in the United States of America, Canada, Western countries, but also in some other countries. Huge sympathy for the Jews because they were the victims of a terrible injustice. And as a result of that, the drive to get Jews to Palestine as their homeland, as an exclusive homeland, began to gather momentum. It became stronger and stronger and stronger. So strong that by about mid close to 30% of the population of Palestine was the Jews a home, a secure home. And as a result of the Second World War, the defeat of Nazi Germany and its allies, the triumph of the British, the French, and the others in the Second World War, they were in a position to dictate terms to countries and peoples in that part of the world. And the idea of an exclusive state in Palestine became almost irresistible. That one was to have and one could have and should have an exclusive Jewish state. So the idea, which had its origins in British colonialism, 1917 Balfour Declaration, now became an idea which had captured the imagination of the majority of Western nations in the United Nations. And the United Nations at that time was dominated by the West. They pushed for this idea. But it was not just an idea linked to the Western elites. We have to remember that from the 19th century, there was already a movement amongst Christians. Christians were not really accepted by the rest of the Christian community, mind you, but Christians who were Christian Zionists. There was a movement among Christian Zionists, not Jews, mind you. The movement was actually among Christian Zionists at the beginning, to have an exclusive Jewish state. And the movement had gathered momentum in the latter part of the 19th century and early part of the 20th century. One of the leaders of that movement was Theodor Herzl. It was particularly strong in Eastern Europe to have an exclusive Jewish state. So it was a Christian idea, in a sense, Christian Zionism, which sought legitimacy within Christianity. It never actually received from the majority of Christians. The Catholics were against it, and quite a lot of Christians also. But some of the Protestants were supportive of Christian Zionism. They wanted this exclusive state for the Jews in Palestine. There was another movement linked at a certain point and in certain periods of history to Christian Zionism. This was a movement amongst the Jews themselves in Europe. Mind you, again in Europe, not the Jews of West Asia, not the Jews of Palestine, but among the Jews of Europe, there was a movement for an exclusive Jewish state. which in a sense was an attempt to emulate what was happening among some of these Christians. So these two movements linked to the two religions, both in Europe, and then of course the British imperial plan, which became part of the larger plan and captured the attention of the United Nations. So in 1948, 15th of May 1948, the state of Israel was created. There was supposed to be a Palestinian state also at the same time, which did not come into being, partly because the Palestinians, the majority of the people in Palestine, both Muslims and Christians, there were other countries that were also opposed to the idea of an exclusive Jewish state. Incidentally, one of those countries was an important country that had just become independent in 1947, and that was India. India was also at that time totally opposed to the idea of an exclusive Jewish state, which they saw as an idea linked to Western imperialism, and at the same time, they saw it as a racist idea. So there was opposition. The communist countries did not accept it. China did not accept it, and some other countries. But Russia, and again, keep this in mind, supported the idea of a Jewish state, partly because of its own Jewish population. And you know what happened in the Second World War, the price that the Jews of Russia paid in order to defend Russia. And of course, the conflict between the Jews and the Nazis. To cut all this history short, we'd say that 1948 there was a Jewish state, no Palestinian state, even though that was also supposed to be part of the plan. Now, that Jewish state, right from the beginning, marginalized the Arab population, the Palestinian population. The Palestinians who lived in the land of Palestine, the genuine Palestinians, they were not happy with what was happening. But what made it worse was a plan, a well thought out, executed plan to eradicate the Palestinians, the Palestinian Arabs, Christians, and Muslims. Almost 750,000 people in 1948 and 49 were pushed out of their homes in order to create the state of Israel. They were deliberately wiped out, pushed out of Palestine. They became refugees. One area that they went to was Gaza, actually. The refugees from Palestine at that time went to Gaza. But there were other places that they went to all over the world, in a sense, because they were no longer welcome in their own homeland. So this push was the other factor behind the creation of Israel. The push from Christian Zionists and from Jews who wanted an exclusive state. There was imperialism behind them, and imperialism was still strong at that time, even though countries were becoming independent and nationalist movements were gaining strength in different parts of the world. This is the background. This is the first dimension in my presentation on how this link between imperialism and Zionism, and also the fate of the people of Palestine and Israel, became a reality. What happened in 1948 happened on a smaller scale in the following years, in the ensuing years. not on the same massive scale, except in 1967, Six-Day War, another major attempt to push Palestinians out of Palestine to strengthen the position of Israel. You see, in 1948 and in the 2 or 3 years after that, Israel had come to occupy about 78% of original Palestine. But after the Six-Day War in June 1967, they actually occupied the whole of historical Palestine, the remaining 22%, 78% first, and then another 22%. That would be the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. All came under the control of the Israelis. So that's how this idea expanded, which leads me to the second dimension of the book and why this power behind the idea of the Israeli state. All these factors, imperialism and the other forces behind imperialism, and the groups within the Jewish community and the Christian community, small groups, in the case of the Christian community at that point. But apart from that, there were two other very important forces that helped Israel. It is mentioned very often in the news about Israel between 1948 and, let's say, the end of the century. Economic interests were behind Israel. Industrial interests, commercial interests, trading interests, they were all behind Israel because the Zionists were strong in areas. They were pushing for them. It was part of the reason why there was a tremendous power behind this new state called Israel. Economic interests played a major role. Major companies, major enterprises, where they had sometimes the dominant hold, other times it was a minority position, but nonetheless very strong. Economic interests. Another factor, friends, was the media. The media, which the Zionists, even before the creation of the State of Israel, mind you, they knew the value of the media and they dominated the media and they controlled the mainstream media, which was used to serve Israeli interests, to push the Israeli agenda, to marginalize the Palestinians and other Arabs, and to weaken the struggle against Israel. The media played a major role in all those years, and that is continued to this day. So economic interests and the media, they have controlled part of this journey, and they have been strong and they remain strong, and we have to keep that in mind when we talk about Israel. Politically, the strength came not only from these two sectors of society, the media and the economy. It also came from both domestic and international politics. Domestic politics included Britain, the United States of America, other Western countries, certain other countries in the world, and in international politics. They managed to dominate aspects of international politics. They became a power which could not be ignored, largely because of the support of the United States of America, which is why in 1993 they came up with the idea of the Oslo Accord. The Oslo Accord, ostensibly for peace, to establish peace, provide some sort of homeland for the Palestinians and all the rest of it. But in reality, the Oslo Accord sought to strengthen the position of Israel, and it did. It strengthened the position of Israel in all sorts of ways. Countries that did not recognize Israel as a result of the Oslo Accord, the extended recognition to Israel. Countries including China and India, who did not recognize Israel before 1993. But they saw this as a peace move, rightly or wrongly, and most of them were actually deceived. There were very few people who at that time saw the Oslo Accord for what it was. It was a camouflage. And it was for two reasons, friends. Why? There was no map delineating this state called Palestine. If you're going to create another state called Palestine, since there was already Israel, where was the map? There was no map. And all these countries accepted the Oslo Accord, even though there was no map, which would have been essential if you wanted to create another state. And at the same time, people knew that Oslo was really meaningless because there was no attempt to curb the expansion of Jewish settlements in the West Bank. And they expanded. Even under Yitzhak Rabin, was the leader of Israel at that time, at the time of the Oslo Accord, and gave the appearance that he wanted peace, but he was expanding Jewish settlements in the West Bank, and it increased tremendously. Today, of course, there are about 700,000 settlers, but it expanded because of this push to expand Jewish settlements. This is why I say it was a camouflage, it was a cover to expand Jewish settlements. There were no boundaries, there was no map, so they expanded as they liked, and at the same time to legitimize their position in international relations, getting various countries to recognize Israel. And the vast majority of nation states, including states in the global south, within a decade of Oslo, they were all recognizing the state of Israel. So Israel had won as a result of Oslo. And this is the challenge that, and this will remain the challenge. Oslo, post Oslo, revolts now and then by Palestinians who did not work. We know there were 6 revolts in Gaza. They did not work. A lot of them were killed. And Israel continued to dominate with the help of the United States of America. That was a critical factor all along, which we must never forget, the support of the United States of America. Israel would not have achieved what it did either in domestic politics with a number of Western countries or in international relations without the support of the United States of America. And that support was critical. Why was the United States so hell bent on supporting Israel? Partly because of the lobbies within the United States of America that are very pro Israel, like IPAC, for instance, AIPAC, and numerous other groups of that sort. And they were powerful, as I said earlier. They were in business, they were media, they were very influential. So they were able to influence US policy. In fact, it has been said for many, many decades that no American president could hope to keep his presidency if he did not give full support to Israel. They controlled the Congress, as you can see, even recently given standing applause. It's a measure of how powerful the Israeli lobby is in various sectors, especially in politics. So, this is the reality that it confronted us in October 2023. And then suddenly 7th October happened. Or an independent investigation on what happened on the 7th of October. Is it what leaders and media told the world at the time, or was it something else? Was it just a case of Palestinians had suffered so long, suddenly breaking loose, like people have been jailed, breaking loose from their jailers and then, going on a rampage? Was that what happened? We're not sure. There should be an independent inquiry. Why? Because if you look at the story about 7th October, it kept changing. At the beginning, they said 45 babies were massacred. In the end, there was not a single baby that was killed by the Palestinians who attacked Israeli kibbutz on the 7th of October. And then the story about women being raped. And then later, the story came out that no woman was raped. In fact, some of us believe that 7th October was manipulated. Let us have an independent inquiry to establish the truth, what really happened on the 7th of October. Was it a false flag operation? And I'm sure many of you know this term, false flag operation. You create an operation and put the blame on someone and actually you are the one behind it. False flag operation that has happened a number of times, and not just in the case of the Israelis. Hitler was famous for his false flag operation connected with the theater in Germany, linked to the Second World War. And there were others who had indulged in these terrible vice, creating false flags. So was it a false flag operation to enable Israel to destroy Gaza, to gain control over Gaza? That's something that we should not dismiss. Why? Because Israel and others had discovered a few years ago that Gaza is rich. It's rich in oil. And you cannot have Gazans, Palestinians living there and controlling that resource. So what they have decided is to get rid of the people of Gaza in order to gain control over Gaza. And that is quite conceivable. It may have been one of the reasons. Economic reason connected with Gaza. But that may be part of a much larger reason, friends, which would lead me to the third part of my invitation, the conclusion. It's linked to a much larger reason, which is at the root of the Palestinian suffering. That this attempt to gain control over Gaza, kill the people of Gaza, for whatever reason, may also be linked to ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is at the root of the whole story. That Israel wants to get rid of the Palestinians, beginning with Gaza and perhaps the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and Palestinians in other places. Why? Would they want to get rid of the Palestinians totally? Why don't they just let them live there? This is something we should ponder over. It appears to me that they would want to get rid of the Palestinians because as long as the Palestinians are there will be resistance. But apart from that, the Palestinians, as long as they are there in Gaza or the West Bank or East Jerusalem, they are a reminder to Israel and to the West and to everyone of what really happened, that there were people, Palestinians living there. So you have to get rid of them. And this is what they're doing. So what we are seeing in Gaza is actually ethnic cleansing. And I would argue that this is the driving force behind the annexation, usurpation, control over Gaza and Palestine. It is ethnic cleansing. They want to get rid of the people. And the world has witnessed this. If you look at certain signs which tell you the real story, why is it that so many children have been killed every time there is a massacre in Gaza? In 2014, more than half of those killed were children. And today, the children are a very big percentage of those killed in Gaza. Because if it's ethnic cleansing, that is your goal, you will kill children and women. And this is what they have been doing, to wipe out the Palestinian people as a people. And we have, in a sense, witnessed this, which I think is a terrible tragedy, that the world in the 21st century witnesses something like this. We could not stop the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous people of the Americas a long time ago. We could not. And we didn't have the means, the resources. Even if we wanted to, it is a different world. But today, with all the tools available, with all means at our disposal, is it that we can't stop this? The cleansing of a people, wiping out an entire people, and the people who are part of that land, who are rooted in that land. How is that we have allowed this to happen? To me, this is a blot of shame. It's a disgrace. Nothing has shamed me more as a human being than what has happened in Gaza in the last 11 months. How could we have allowed this? We protest, we write, we speak, yes, but we have been helpless. We have been helpless to stop the massacre, the annihilation of a whole people, the Palestinian people. This leads me to the last part of my presentation. There are signs of hope. This is bleak, the situation. We had allowed this to happen. It's a shame, yes, but there are signs of hope. And what's this sign of hope that we're talking about? One particular sign of hope. Never before in the history of the Palestinian struggle has the issue of Palestine and the suffering of the Palestinian people become so important to so many people in so many different parts of the world. It has become a major issue. Why? Because of what Israel has done in Gaza. Their utterly cruel, inhuman, bloody, brutal massacre, the killing of children in particular. It has shocked the whole world. And as a result of that, people everywhere have become aware of Palestine. They know what has been happening. And some young people in particular, they've dug up history and found out the whole truth about the Palestinian issue. What is this issue? They no longer believe the lies told by the Israeli media and by the Israeli elite. In fact, as far as telling lies go, they had perfected this into an art. In fact, there's a term called hasbara that describes this huge propaganda machine that has been part of Israel even before the state was created. Inventing stories, lying, distorting the truth. And that's what they've done. And many people had believed them. But now people realize that it's not true. A lot of the things they've been told. It's not true in relation to the history, who were there, whose land, what had happened, and so on, and what really happened. Did the quarter million people just leave Palestine in their own accord, or were they all driven out? Now they know the truth. The point one is making is that awareness and consciousness has developed in a way that none of us envisaged. You can make 1,000 speeches, you can write 1,000,000 articles. They would not have the effect that the tragedy of Gaza has had. what they've done to the people of Gaza over a period of time, 10 months, 11 months. It has opened people's eyes everywhere. For me, the major development is the way in which young Jews of the opposition to Israel and to Zionism. The most powerful opposition to Zionism in Israel today comes from young Jews living in Canada and in Britain, in the United States of America, and other parts of Europe. They've stood up. They took over the railway station, remember, in New York, and proclaimed the world, not in our name. This is the major change. And I would argue that in the change that will come about, the role played by Jews, young Jews, and others in the West would be a major factor. The change that has taken place and is still taking place, which is very important. The protests. They're protests which are much more organized, more vehement, more pointed than the protests in other parts of the world. So that's happening. So I would regard it as the first factor, which is going to lead to a major change. The second factor that is not talked about in this context, but which is real, which is so much a part of international politics today. And what is the second factor? It is the decline of the West. The decline of the West, I repeat, the decline of the West will lead to the liberation of Palestine. And that's happening. That's happening. You can see that the West no longer calls the shots, even in very tangible ways. Iran and Saudi, they've not been on the same page very often, but who brings them together for a sort of understanding of sorts, sort of settlement? China, which shows in the politics of that region, China has become very important. And China is the nation whose rise has changed the world forever. That's one example. Different factions in Palestine, not able to get who brings them together in Beijing. Again, the Chinese government and the Chinese leadership. Very well thought out, very well calculated role, but you can see in these little moves that a change has taken place. It's not the US, which has dominated West Asia, but now China is there. And she's announced her presence and role in a different way, not through military intervention, not by taking one side against the other in a war. They've entered the arena in the name of peace, and they've made an impact. So, friends, I think we are on the cusp of major change, which will take place. But we have to play our role. We just can't be mere spectators. We must speak up, we must write, we must get involved and network with people and spread message, participate to the best of our ability. It's difficult sometimes, but we have to do it because that's the struggle. The struggle that will change humankind is what is happening in Palestine. It will be the turning point. And that turning point will lead to a major change involving the relationship between the centers of power in the world. And that change is what will usher in a new era. We may not be there. Those of us already old, we may not be there to welcome that change. But there will be others. And the young people in particular, you must pledge to yourselves and to the future that you will be in the forefront of that struggle for change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandra. We have a few minutes for discussion. So I invite questions or comments. Okay. Yeah. We have here's the question from online. to Dr. Chandra. I'll read the question. Dr. Chandra, do you believe that international powers are more likely to support a one-state solution? What factors might shift their stance?
Personally, I do not think the question of whether it's one state or two states is the critical question at this stage. I think we have to look beyond the one state, two state solution that we tend to talk about. Let's talk about creating a situation where we empower people, empower the Palestinians and everyone else from the river to the sea. That should be our goal. Let's talk of a situation where we don't have apartheid. Get rid of apartheid, strengthen human rights, establish better relations among the different communities, which was a reality at one time. I think we should aim for all those things. And the question of whether it should be one state or two states should be left to the people of that region. The Palestinians, the Jews, Christians, Muslims will all be part of that reality. They'll have to decide whether it should be one state or two states. International powers will have less of a role. In the end, it is the people themselves who have to decide. But what I think is fundamental is ensuring that human rights are respected, that apartheid is eradicated. That's critical. You cannot have this apartheid system in the 21st century. And at the same time, better relations between communities. At least the beginning, we should see that. And that I think is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself a couple of questions, Chandra.
Please go ahead.
First of all, if we agree that U.S. imperialism is a major factor obstructing a solution for the Palestinian, for the to obstructing Palestinian statehood, what could Muslims actually do about this? I'm talking about Muslim nations and also nations of the global South in general. What could they do to break free of this U.S. control? Can they use their economic leverage? Can they resort to BDS and so on and so forth? I mean, short of waiting for the decline of the U.S., as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a lot that we can do. And for me, the starting point would be the UN General Assembly resolution recently, where 124 countries voted for the creation of Palestine. But at the same time, what is more important is they declared Israel's occupation of Palestinian lands as illegal. They supported the ICJ, the International Court of Justice's position on this. There was a resolution backed by the majority of UN member states. What we should ask is, what are you going to do about it? You have backed this resolution. Give meaning to this resolution. Put pressure on countries, including the United States, which are exporting arms to Israel. Can you, sort of take a stance? If let's say you're also buying arms, let's say you're country X and you're also buying arms from the United States of America, it may not be much, but let's say it has a little impact. Stop buying arms. If you have massive trade with the United States, perhaps reconsider certain aspects of the trade. If your students are going to study in the United States of America and you have got choices, other choices, then maybe explore the other choices. I think the nations of the world should give meaning to the UN General Assembly resolution. Don't just leave it at that. Act. Because you have put your name to that resolution, you have voted for it. Now act. Act in various ways. What we had said, yeah, whether it is arms or goods and services, things of that sort, or even if you decide to boycott the United States in certain areas, which are feasible, because I know it's not that easy. Certain areas that are feasible, if you start boycotting, and if you do it as a group, say 10 nations, 15 nations, 20 nations, I think it'll have some impact. The US has always valued relationships with other countries. They don't want to be boycotted and isolated. And I think one should act on the basis of the most recent UN General Assembly resolution. You know what is unique of what has happened recently? The ICJ had never adopted a resolution of that sort, saying that the occupation of Palestinian lands is illegal. And that is an opening for all of us. It is an opening for all of us. And this is why I think we should act and give support to, well, these good men and women at the ICJ and others who have been supporting them. So that would be the way in which we can act. In other words, do some very practical things, which may not hurt the United States of America to a point where she will change dramatically, but if a number of countries do these things together over a period of time, it'll have an impact. It'll have an impact. I think we can do that.
But if we look at many of the states, many of the Arab states, particularly the Gulf states, Jordan, Turkey, which continues to have trade relations with Israel, it seems that
Yeah.
they are at best indifferent to the problem of Palestinians, or even complicit in the Israeli occupation. So I think you are pointing to the possibility of or the viability of sort of anti-imperialist actions, but would you not say that it is most unlikely to come from Arab states?
Yeah. I agree with you, Farid. I think Arab and Gulf states, they are the least likely. But others can act. Others can show that they want to give meaning to the UN General Assembly resolution and the ICJ. They can do that. Now, what may happen in Arab states and some of the monarchies in that part of the world? Again, look at history. Isn't it significant that a few years after a major setback, if you like, for Palestine and for Arabs, there is somehow a change in those countries that had supported the aggressor, that had supported the country that was against Palestine, or against countries which are opposed to Western dominance of West Asia. 1948, Israel was created. Nothing dramatic happened that year. But within 4 years, 1952, one of the major monarchs in the Arab world was overthrown. King Farouk of Egypt was overthrown 4 years after that. But the feelings had developed. And of course, many of these countries are not democracies, so you don't see people expressing feelings in the same way as you would in a open democracy, but people were unhappy and angry. And in the end, King Farouk was overthrown. And analysts have pointed out that it's linked to something major which had bled the Egyptian heart, the way in which Israel was created out of Palestinian land. Again, look at 1956. Iraq under a monarch, that monarch was overthrown. Because in 1956 you had the Suez War. In the Suez War, of course, Egypt and the other countries, all of them stood on the right side of history. In the end, those who supported the British and the French over the Suez War, you find that those countries paid the price. This is, for example, Iraq. Iraq was supporting the French and the British at that time, 1956. 1967, 1969, we had major happenings in the Arab world. 67 was, of course, the war. But 69, people forget that a monarch was also overthrown. King Kamal Idris of Libya was overthrown 2 years after the Six-Day War. There's a certain interesting pattern in all this. So that it doesn't happen immediately, but it does happen gradually, slowly. So I suspect that in many of these Arab and Muslim countries, the governments are not popular. They don't have the people on their side. They depend upon foreign powers to support them, to keep them where they are. They're the protectors of their thrones. But sooner or later, things happen. It may not be the way we want, or it may not be at a time that we want, but things do happen. And I suspect that things will happen in the Arab world and in among these countries, these feudal monarchies out of the world. If they think that they're going to be there forever and they have the support of certain Western powers, they're strongly mistaken. Things will change. And in many of these countries, the Western countries, I mean, that support them, popular opinion counts. And when they see that popular opinion is against them, they will also adjust. They will also adjust. So let's work towards those changes. Sometimes, as it's said in two holy books, in both the Bhagavad Gita and in the Quran, our task is to work towards justice, towards change. We may not see the fruits of our labor. Just work towards that. It doesn't matter whether we see the fruits of our labor or not. But what is right, we have to do. And that should be our attitude.
I like your reference to the rulers as protectors of their thrones. We expect them to be, in the Islamic tradition, to be Amir al-Mu'minin, or to be protectors of the people.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, they're not.
Yeah. They're not. True.
They're not. Question, please.
Should we also get the same value? Consider what are on the people who have created genocide that we've seen for the last years. Talking to you about post, we talking about what kind of work done now for the people, millions of people, thousands of people. If this is talked about and really the structures put in place so that there's an implementation, whether it's what happened to Vassovich and people like him, be a deterrent to the debate and the Netanyahu's. I mean, we don't defeat it, but let's at least put that in place. What I'd like to hear from Dr. Zafar is what are his thoughts. Do you think this is idealistic or should be done subsequently? But if it is put in place now, it determines for the genocidal maniacs that are continuing to do right now.
Chandra, did you hear that?
I couldn't make out at all.
Okay,
The
sorry.
sound was,
Yeah. Basically, this is a question from Mr. Abbas Bilgrami. Basically, he was asking whether legal structures could be put into place to hold the Israeli regime and their leaders, to hold them to account for what they have been doing. Similar to, for example, the Nuremberg trials. Should this be a process that is started because it may act as a deterrent to to current as well as future Israeli rulers who may then think twice about what they are doing, or is this something that can only be done after Palestinian statehood is achieved?
in terms of priorities, at this stage, I think we should strengthen and support what has already been done in the legal sphere. And this is what the ICJ has done. And even if you look at certain other moves that have been made, it offers some hope. Many of us never thought that the ICJ would go so far, given what the ICJ has been in the past and so on. That I think is something very, very welcome. So let's strengthen that. If we can act on what the ICJ has done, that would be good. We need not try to establish a trial mechanism and go back and think about the Tokyo trials or Nuremberg and all the rest of it. As you had alluded to, Farid, these are things which happen in a different sort of scenario where the war is over and you find that the states that have emerged or the states that have become powerful, they are playing a particular role. I don't think we're at that stage. I think here what is important is to ensure that, first and most important of all, the killing stops in Gaza and it doesn't start in Lebanon. This is paramount, more important than anything else. And in the case of Gaza, that food supplies are essential are delivered without lies, like the lies which Israel has been telling the world, which the UN has refuted. I think these are things that are essential that should be done. And third, politically, the most important is to recognize the state of Israel and to create the state of Israel. There are people who argue that even if you look at existing Palestine, it is possible to create the state of Palestine in terms of the land that is required and all the rest of it. It's disputable, but there are first-class geographers and demographers who have argued that it is possible. In other words, you need not wipe out anyone. You need not get rid of anyone. That there is enough space to create another state in Palestine and a state that's viable in Palestine. I hope they're right. Those who argue along these lines, people like Sita and so on, the demographer. So
Sorry,
creating
who was
state
that?
of
Who was
Palestine.
what was the name of that you mentioned? I think you mentioned a demographer or geographer.
Yeah, Abu Sita, ABU, Abu Sita, SITTA, I think.
Yeah.
Abu Sita, quite well known. I think he lives in Britain now, yeah. So I think it is something which one should explore. And in terms of the goal that one seeks, whether it is one state or two states, I think the multi-religious, multi-ethnic ideal should be upheld. People of different religions living together, sharing a future, and I think Palestine or whichever other state is created would become an example to the world if they can do that. Because don't forget, they've got a very close bond to history. You know, the Abrahamic religions, the history, and so on. And indirectly, even to, you know, the religions of the Indian subcontinent. Yeah. So, something that one should think about.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Chandra, for your presentation and for your insights. I'm sure that there are, there are points that you made that we have not thought about. For example, the point about the viability of a Palestinian state. The idea that some scholars like Abu Sita have actually worked it out that it's possible based on the land that is available to have a viable. These are, I think, important ideas. Many people argue that it's impossible because there's this idea of a Swiss cheese. That the West Bank is so fragmented because of the settlements that a viable state is not possible. I think that is a dominant view.
Yeah.
So I think you have given us some things to think about. So thank you very much, Chandra. We hope to engage you in the future.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Farid.
thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next presentation. We have Professor Muhammad Nazari Ismail. He is currently honorary professor at the Faculty of Business and Economics at the University of Malaya and director of the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies at the University of Malaya. He's also chairman of BDS Malaysia. And in fact, Professor Nazari is extremely knowledgeable about BDS, not merely in terms of its theory, but also in terms of how it has been implemented in various places, how Malaysia implements it, what are the possibilities of BDS, what are its drawbacks, questions like, is it actually something that can be implemented? Can it be effective? So I think Professor Nazari has been an important person that helps us to understand the reality of BDS and the viability of BDS. So we look forward to hearing his presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon to everyone. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulil karim wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. So as you can see there, thank you Farid for organizing this conference. My topic is two-state solution, why it is not worth discussing. Hopefully the Malaysian government is also listening to this, because we know that this is the official stance of the Malaysian government. Next, do I control this? Okay. I don't have to go to the details of this. It was touched and explained in detail by many people before this, as well as by Dr. Chandra just now. The thing is, we want to take note that many Palestinians actually were against the concept and also against the Oslo Accord. But the idea has been accepted by countries which have diplomatic ties with Israel, and it was actually abandoned by the Malaysian government briefly when it was under Prime Minister Ismail Sabri. He did not talk about it. Basically, he went silent on it. He didn't mention it. But for me, unfortunately, it's taken up again by the current government, and that's why I think it's important for me to make this presentation to say that it is not a good idea that this current government is taking up this idea of or the solution, the so-called two-state solution. As we all know that Israel will never accept it. And the US supports the idea, as you know, but it never done anything about it. It is not doing anything to force Israel to comply, simply because probably it's in their interest to make sure that it's not going to take place. And in any case, the idea of the two-state is anathema to the very objective of Zionism, because Zionism aspires to make sure that the whole place is exclusively for Jews. So the whole idea is not going to be accepted. And the presence of indigenous Palestinian population is a major obstacle to the project. They are now seen and they were seen before this also, but now we know they have already visualized or treat the Palestinians as aliens who are problematic. Their existence on the land is problematic, and that is the reason why they must be removed from the land. And that was what has been happening since the formation of the so-called State of Israel. And that's the reason why they engaged in the process of ethnic cleansing. But unfortunately, not many people knew that was happening. But now people are witnessing real time the process of not only ethnic cleansing, but basically genocide of the Palestinian people. As we know, in 1947, the UN partitioned the land, and they gave more than 50%, according to some people, was 55% to the Jews, even though they were the minority. It was a strategy to help ensure that the Jews were still in control. So in a way, there was a conspiracy. There was a plan by the international community to make sure that the Jews were going to be in control. And at the same time, it protected the image of the Jews as being interested to implement a democratic system of governance there. So you give 45% to the Palestinian, and therefore it appears that the Jews will be respecting the existence of the Palestinian. But what happened was in 1948, the Zionists decided to make sure that another phase of their plan to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians in the attempt to create or achieve the success of the Zionist project, which is one state from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. So we are talking about one state, and our mind is one state where Jews and Palestinians can live in peace. But that very term is being visualized by the Zionists as one state only for the Jews. So it's completely, so when we talk about the term, let's go for one state, the Zionists will say, yeah, we agree to the one state, but exclusively to the Jews. And that's the reason why in the 1977 preemptive attack on the Arab armies, which then allowed the Zionists to control 100% of the land. So they started off in 1947 with 6% of the land, in their control. I think for many people who may not know that in 1947, some people, I've heard people saying that the Palestinians were to be blamed for selling the land to the Jews. That's what some people say, but it's not true because they were forced, actually, according to many historians. But even there, in 1947, the Zionists only controlled 6%. So in 1948, they got 55% within 1 year after the Nakba, from 6% to 55%. In 1967, they got 100%, which enabled them to control East Jerusalem as well and the West Bank. But then, as we know, because the Palestinians did not flee the West Bank, and they were still present, they are still present in Gaza, it created a demographic problem for the Zionist project, because the Zionists wanted the land, but not the people. So how do you address that situation? As we know, occupation, which is the solution for the demographics problem, continuous occupation, making sure that the Palestinians will never become citizens of the state. They are allowed to exist in the form of lesser human beings confined to some Bantustans or enclaves. And then we are witnessing the expansion of the settlements in the West Bank, a policy of every single Israeli government since 1967. And in fact, it tripled during Yitzhak Rabin's leadership. So it was very obvious from the very beginning that was never any intention on the part of the Zionists to give the land to the Palestinians. They simply were pretending to respect the existence of the Palestinians, but even during the time of Rabin, who was the architect or so-called architect of the Oslo Accord, he tripled the settlement, the number of settlements. And in 1995, the Rabin government also spent $600 million on building paved roads, which are only can be used by the Israelis, connecting settlements in the West. So why do you want to negotiate to eventually give land to Palestinians, but at the same time you are building so much money to build roads only for Jews or for Israelis? So obviously that was never a plan. And moreover, as we know, this one I don't have to go to the details, that Israel never offered any reasonable terms even during the Oslo Accord itself. It was not reasonable. And later on, during the negotiations, it was never acceptable. You can see, for example, they offered land which was not contiguous, the so-called Swiss cheese, and then they planned to keep all the settlements intact in the West Bank, which encircled East Jerusalem, cutting it off from the rest of the West Bank, and then located on water aquifers, thereby denying Palestinian control over the water resources. In other words, it was not going to be viable because there is not enough water supply for the Palestinians, the so-called land which was going to be given to the Palestinians. They control the Jordan Valley totally, and the Palestinian state was supposed to be completely demilitarized, and they also control Palestinian state's airspace and borders totally. So all these terms should indicate to the international community that the Zionists had no intention to allow the existence of so-called autonomous Palestinian state. So now let's look at the response of the international community. They talk about it for decades now, but they have failed to ensure any implementation of the two-state until now. That is why recently I couldn't resist responding to somebody who forwarded a news report of the Spanish Prime Minister who said the only solution is a two-state solution. It's such a stupid, again, a statement which was announced at the United Nations, right? Because you keep saying, but you know that you are not going to do anything about it anyway. There is no pressure on Israel to withdraw from the West Bank, no pressure to stop expansion of settlements, no pressure whatsoever, no pressure on Israel to stop killing Palestinians in the West Bank or Gaza, which we are witnessing now. No pressure at all. That is why Israelis can kill Palestinians. How do you say? It's like a game. I'm bored, so I want to shoot somebody. So I read a news report. But some Israeli soldiers shoot in order to kill their boredom. It's like a game. It's like a sport. A sport. As if it's worse than treating them as animals. The UNGA resolution passed on 18th September recently so far has not changed anything much, even though we are very happy, but nothing has happened significantly, right? Because we are waiting to see how the international community is going to do something about it. But nothing is happening actually, right? The worst is when you hear leaders of some countries, Arab countries, and even Turkey, talking about talking so loudly and so stridently criticizing, including the leader of Jordan. But why can't they do the simple thing of breaking diplomatic relations with Israel? Why can't you just do that? If you are not willing even to do that, what is the point of you talking about all these things, criticizing Israel? It's just meaningless rhetoric. So why is this two-state solution still being mentioned? For me, for the US and other pro-Israel countries, it's simply because that is their strategy, because they're not interested in stopping Israeli expansion plans. So you talk about it, and by doing that, you then will be complicit. Basically, you are helping Israel to continue with the expansion plans. And they also want to see a weakened Palestinian society by talking about it, and Israel continues to weaken Palestinian society. And that is their motive, from what I can see. It's just, in other words, they are working hand in hand with Israel to make sure that Palestinian aspiration will eventually die down. For neutral countries, so-called neutral countries, maybe talking about China, maybe, because some people are optimistic about China. But for me, why do they also talk about two-state solutions? It's because they don't want to create problems with the US, the EU, and Israel itself. As we know, China is interested China's motive is to make more money, to develop its economy. And if they can do that by having relations with Israel, so be it. We know China signed many technology agreements with Israel. So in order to continue that, they talk about the two-state solution, they accept it. And similarly with other countries, either in Africa or in South America. For pro-Palestine countries, like Malaysia, why do we talk about the two-state solution? So why during the time of Ismail Sabri they decided to stop it, but now you are talking about it again? For me, I can see it's probably perceived to be a safe stance, a safe stance, because you can do a couple of things. Number one is that you are going to appear to be pro-Palestine, because you, in other words, you are saying that I believe that one day there should be a Palestinian state. So it's like to show a stance that you are not rejecting the aspiration of the Palestinian people. But at the same time, by saying that, you do not need to do anything much, any meaningful action, which may result in you coming into conflict with the United States and Western countries. So for many leaders of this country, including Malaysia, apparently economic growth is very important. And for economic growth to happen, they perceive that they must be seen to be welcoming of American investment, American capital coming into the country, and if for American capital to come into the country, you must not be perceived to be anti American stance. And America, for them, the bottom line is that the two-state solution is the one that we must all accept. So you talk about it, therefore you are in the same perspective as the American, and therefore America is not going to be angry at you, and therefore you can expect to welcome more American money to come to the country, and hopefully, therefore, economic activities can take place, and for them, or for these leaders, that's the bottom line. At the end of the day, when it comes to political popularity, economic growth is very important. You can show GDP figures, you can show projects, FDI coming in, and that hopefully will impress the voters. So by adopting this stance and not jeopardizing foreign capital coming in, when election time comes, the figures are going to be better, and therefore you can win the next election. That's probably the reason why some leaders are adopting this particular stance, which I think is a very naive stance anyway, because America itself is having a lot of problems economically, right? If you think America can bring prosperity to your country, how can they cannot even bring prosperity to their own country? The people in America are suffering. People are suffering, sleeping in cars and living in tents, right? And everybody's angry over there in America towards the government and towards everybody. We know they even have problems changing government, right? That was violent at the Capitol, at the Congress, when Trump was defeated. We didn't have that in this country so far, alhamdulillah, so far. But that shows that they are having a worse crisis than us, socially, politically, and also economically. So if they cannot even address or solve their own problem, why do you think they can help us to solve our problem? Anyway, for these leaders who support or who keep mentioning the two-state solution, obviously trade and investment relation with the United States and other Western countries is a priority. In other words, profits or economic growth seems to be more important than human rights. So for me, when people talk about a two-state solution, that reflects that they are more concerned about economy and material growth rather than about human rights. So my presentation is very short. For me, the two-state solution is a farce. It's a nonsense. It shouldn't be discussed. Should be discarded. People of conscience around the world need to start insisting on their government to stop discussing it. Don't mention it anymore. Don't waste time talking about it, because it's a distraction, and also you are giving cover to the Israelis. You are helping the Israelis to achieve its objective of ethnic cleansing and dispossession or stealing of Palestinian lands. What we need to do now is to focus on meaningful actions to stop Israeli atrocities. And that was what was mentioned again just now by Dr. Chandra. The focus should be on to stop Israeli atrocities, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, also the atrocities that are increasing in the West Bank and now spreading to Lebanon. Of course, we know that as well. So we must do something to stop that. And me as a BDS chairman, everybody must get involved with the BDS activities, BDS efforts, until three conditions are fulfilled. Number one, allow all Palestinian refugees and displaced people to return to their homes. So we must focus on this to take place. And this may continue. In other words, even after the so-called war in Gaza ends, BDS efforts should not stop. because the Palestinians have the right to return to their homes in historic Palestine, not only in Gaza, not only to the north of Gaza, but to the whole of historic Palestine. So BDS effort continues even if the so-called ceasefire takes place. That's why sometimes I get worried also when people talk about ceasefire now, because as if that is the end that we want. No, that is not the end. The end also include the right of the Palestinian people to go back to their homes as stipulated under Resolution 194. And also end occupation of all Arab lands and dismantle all settlements, which is also their right under Resolution 242 of the United Nations. And also equal rights for Palestinians currently living in historic Palestine. And that is also something which need to be emphasized on, because if we talk about two-state solution, then you are forgetting about the Palestinians who are also staying in the historic Palestine called Israel now. They are being subjugated. They are being oppressed. They are not getting the same rights. We know that is the reason why the Palestinians, sometimes you can see violence taking place in historic Palestine. Why? Because they are being suppressed. So if you start talking only about West Bank and Gaza, what about the Palestinians who are living in historic Palestine, who are going to take care to make sure that they also get equal rights? So all these three conditions must be fulfilled, and we must be focusing on that. How to make it, how to make sure that Israel fulfill all these three conditions. If the three conditions are not fulfilled, then the whole world should continue to engage in efforts to isolate Israel completely. And we have to do this globally and also strategically. And my experience working with the BDS groups, which is led by Palestinian from Ramallah, and then discussed all over the world, they are very smart and strategic. They are very realistic. We work with them. For example, we are not calling for boycott of everything. People say, if you start boycotting, then what about X or Twitter? Should we boycott that? Or Google or iPhone? So those are comments by people who do not understand BDS. By right, it is true that any company that operates in Israel are complicit. It's true, because you are helping the Israeli economy. So this includes Nestle, but also include many other companies. Mercedes-Benz, Bosch. This is Bosch here. This is the equipment here. Toyota, Samsung, Huawei. Right? If you say that, let's boycott American products and go for Chinese products. There are many Chinese companies operating in Israel as well. They are complicit. But what BDS strategies are doing is to be strategic about it. Focus on certain companies. We focus on certain companies to make sure that our efforts are effective, to make it effective. And how do we make people understand? My favorite analogy is during the World War II, the Americans would have bombed hundreds and hundreds of Japanese towns, but they decided to only focus on or bomb only two cities, right? Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and that was very effective. Similarly, the resistance forces in Gaza now, there are hundreds of tanks now in Gaza. They cannot try to attack all the tanks. They will attack certain tanks. And that is strategy, to attack certain tanks, even though all the tanks are involved in destroying Palestinian homes and killing Palestinians, but it's stupid for you to go and try to destroy all the tanks at the same time. You focus on certain tanks only. And similarly with companies, these companies are all complicit. So when I met Nestle senior manager recently in a conference. I said, you are complicit and you deserve to be boycotted, but we are not boycotting you yet. Not yet. But the time may come when we may boycott you as well because you are complicit. And so are the other companies. So similarly, we may not be boycotting Toyota, Mercedes, and BMW, and so on, but it doesn't mean they're not complicit. They are complicit, but we target certain companies to make sure that our strategy are effective. Inshallah. And it's global now. It's taking place all over the world, and especially in America now. You can see the students talking about divestment, and you see now divestment taking place. Some universities are relenting. Some pension funds, some funds in Europe are already making decisions to divest from companies who are complicit. So what we need now to put more focus on this, to make sure that everybody understand the atrocities and they should contribute to the efforts to boycott certain certain companies that have been decided, especially those which are named, which are mentioned by United Nations in this recent report, 20th June, which includes BlackRock, Citigroup, okay, Caterpillar. So the challenge now for me is to focus on, because of Malaysia, on the Malaysian public, the Malaysian government, Malaysian companies stop buying Caterpillar machines to indicate to Caterpillar, you should not be complicit with Israel in committing atrocities against the Palestinian people. So that's how the way forward is. We shouldn't be discussing about who's the solution. We should be discussing how to isolate Israel and isolate companies, parties that are complicit in Israeli atrocities. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nazari. We have a few minutes for discussion. Yes.
You said that trade and investment is more important.
Not me. I didn't say I think. I said that certain countries' leaders trade and investment and economy more important than anything else.
Your stating is speaking it as an observation.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so
Okay.
we when you operation of media, you explain that some of your media are very strategic, but we are in India and we don't see much. Do we see public fear, as we did maybe a few months ago in terms of raising public consciousness and awareness? So, how does BDS work in Malaysia as constantly in policy?
Right. Okay. Unfortunately, many Malaysians focus a lot about food. Maybe because the food is nearest to the heart. Stomach is nearest to the heart. So that is why when they talk about boycott, they start talking about boycotting McDonald's, and so on. So Starbucks, etc. So if you're asking what's happening in Malaysia in terms of boycott, so far the Malaysian public are very supportive of when it comes to boycott of American restaurants. Fortunately for us, at that time I didn't realize it was fortunate for us because we were sued by the McDonald's corporations, right? I didn't know. You didn't know that. We were sued by McDonald's Malaysia for 6 million ringgit, and of course it was big pressure because in the documents, the legal documents that was served on us, it mentioned my name. $6 million was actually Muhammad Nazari Ismail. You are being sued for 60 million ringgit, not dollars and ringgit. So I was thinking that I have to sell all my cars, etc. They're not going to make a lot of money to sell my cars to pay. Anyway, 6 million ringgit served on me as chairman of BDS Malaysia. Fortunately for that, though, in hindsight, maybe you didn't know that, but many Malaysians became aware. They said, who got sued? It was BDS. Who is this BDS guy? They start looking around and they found our website. They found our website and they start looking at the website and they saw all our campaigns. And then they became aware that we are calling also for boycott of HP computer, for example. That is the reason why, before the people didn't know, that is why University of Malaya bought this HP computer right over there, which is being used to transmit our show, our event today. By right, that shouldn't have been bought by University of Malaya, because that is one of our main targets for many, many years. But now people know. People know about that. We are targeting HP. And we are hoping that everybody will make noise about this. HP is complicit. They provide IT services to the Israeli government. They are still, they used to supply the Israeli military IT support for the Navy, for the Air Force. We were publicizing the whole thing, but unfortunately, people were not aware. People were still buying HP computer. The Malaysian government was still buying HP computer. And now, the university is starting very soon, right? Semester, and HP Malaysia is gearing up its campaign to sell HP computer to the students. So that's the reason why we are hoping tonight we have a protest at the Jalan Bukit Bintang, which we do it every Saturday, weekly. You can come and join every week. And tonight, we are going to put boycott HP banners and posters up, hold it high, so that students and young people who are planning to buy computers will not buy HP computers. We are targeting HP because of HP's complicity. We are also focusing on more important targets like Caterpillar. Okay. Why do we, there are many, by the way, there are other machineries also being used by the Israeli army in the West Bank, also in Gaza, but we focus on Caterpillar. One of the reasons is because they are highly complicit, because they supply the D9 bulldozers, hundreds and hundreds of them, which are being used as machine gun equipped, which can kill Palestinians, guns, as well as they were driven over Palestinian tents recently, and then basically buried them alive. At the same time, when you focus on Caterpillar, people ask, and then you can explain. This is what's happening. Okay, now it's not so difficult now because we can see videos. But last time people didn't know this. But when you talk about bulldozer, then we start talking about, we can explain to them what happened to Rachel Corrie. And that people know Rachel Corrie, she was murdered by the Israeli military in 2003, crushed by bulldozer supplied by Caterpillar. And then people then find out that, oh, they have been destroying Palestinian homes for decades already using bulldozers. What homes? Palestinian homes, they simply go and bulldoze all these homes. Identifying this land as belonging to Israel, and then the Palestinian homes who were built there could be bulldozed. That was what's happening in Gaza before. But now you can see what's happening now. They are clearing up the Gaza with machines to make sure that there will be no more Palestinian homes, and this probably is their plan to set up settlements in the future. So when you talk about Caterpillar, it can help you to explain many things that are happening over in Palestine, the atrocities. So the strategy of the BDS is to select companies that can help you explain the atrocities. Unfortunately, it's not so easy. We try our best. Another company which is complicit is called HIT Vision. HIT Vision. People didn't know about this, and I went. A friend went to Taman Tasik, Titewangsa, and there's HIT Vision cameras. It's being used by many companies, government departments, as what's called security. They call it CCTV equipment. But this machine, this HIT Vision, is used by Israeli military to monitor Palestinians. And when equipped with artificial intelligence, they can spot, and they have a database, they know who this person is, and then they can shoot straight away. But how can they identify people using cameras supplied by a Chinese company called Hikvision. So we should, okay, number one, boycott this company. But when you talk about it, you can explain what happened. They are surveilling, right? When people, when Palestinians go in the West Bank, they have to go pass by checkpoints. And people didn't know there were checkpoints before. When you explain, there are cameras there, and there are checkpoints. What checkpoints? There are many checkpoints that make it difficult for Palestinians to travel. A friend of mine, Sami Al Jazeera, Sami Alawi, was telling me that her mother wanted to travel to visit her grandchild in the West Bank, 60 kilometers only in the West Bank. It took her 3 days. 3 days to travel 60 kilometers because of the checkpoints. So the checkpoints have got HP computer there before, and then high vision camera, etc. And then people know checkpoint. We didn't know about checkpoints. Now you know checkpoints, which hundreds and hundreds of checkpoints, which make it almost impossible for Palestinians to travel in their own land. So this is a strategy of BDS. Select a company, and then when people ask, you can explain what's happening over there. One of the targets people didn't know, but which became a success, was Puma, the sports apparel company. Only a sports apparel company. Why are you asking people to boycott? It's not very serious, right? It's just shoes and jerseys. What we did was to explain to them. Many Malaysians didn't know before this that many Malaysians even didn't know there was a Palestine before. Can we believe it or not, right? But when you talk about Puma, then you explain. Puma is a supplier of shoes to the Israeli Football Association. Israeli Football Association has got clubs. Where are the clubs? Under international law, they are supposed to be, they are not supposed to have, they are present. They are not supposed to be present in the West Bank. They're supposed to withdraw since 1967, Resolution 242. But now they are building settlements. In those settlements, there are football clubs. And these football clubs are affiliated to the Israeli Football Association, which is illegal under FIFA rules also. They are, so you can explain, these are football clubs. And these football clubs, do you know, to you, there are towns now in the West Bank. Cities, sort of, big towns. In other words, Israel has got no interest to surrender the land to the Palestinians. Those so-called two-state solutions, because they are building cities there in the West Bank with football clubs. So when we talk about Puma, it will have to explain the growth of settlement and the stealing of lands that's taking place in the West Bank. So that is a strategy of the BDS group. Yes, okay. But of course, you need to visit our website and our Facebook. There are certain videos that we share on TikTok, which is for some reason has disappeared. That one, I do not know why. The one that I was informed by our people that the videos on Black Rock didn't get traction. They disappeared. I hope I'm not. It's not true. So let's hope that this is not real. That our efforts to publicize using videos, etc., is not being undermined by the authorities. Okay, I'm talking about BDS rather than the two-state solution, which is the topic of this conference. Unless anybody else has any question, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, from the what? Is it? Oh, this is a very. How do you think economic factors, particularly global financial interests, influence the ability of one-state solution in Palestine? Okay. I would say that the global financial interest will make sure that Zionism is going to end soon. This is my decision. Provided the international community are serious in boycotting companies and in calling for divestment provided. Spearheaded, unfortunately, not by Muslim countries and Arab countries, but spearheaded by students in America. The students in America and the American public are calling for divestments of companies, and boycotting companies that are complicit. Now, the war in Gaza is very, very expensive. According to one report, it's $280 million a day, being spent. They need to spend that much, $280 million a day, in order to sustain the war. So this war is actually unsustainable. The reason why it's ongoing for so many decades is because that money doesn't exist physically. If you need to pay using gold coins, there's no more gold coins to finance the war. The reason why it's able to continue is because it's financed by record of debts. Meaning, for example, when General Dynamics or Raytheon, all these American arms manufacturers are supplying weapons to Israel, because because Israel is able to borrow money through the American government, which is complicit, to borrow money by recording as debt. And that's the reason why US government debt now is more than 30 trillion US dollars. So the reason why it's ongoing is because it's funded by debt, record debt, to be paid one day by the American public, right? Which people know is impossible. You can't pay. 30 trillion is growing very fast. It used to take about 20 years for 1 trillion. Now it's a couple of months, American government has accumulated 1 trillion, couple of months. Last time was 20 years. So the growth of debt is very fast, but it's unsustainable. And the global financial interests know that the price is getting more expensive because of resistance. For example, the October 7. The October 7 and the war that results is making the price of occupation very expensive. And therefore, the global financial interest is worried that the whole system is going to be jeopardized because of this settler colonial project in Palestine. So the settler colonial project in Palestine is not sustainable, as I said, financially. It's not sustainable. The number of Israelis who are not working, who have vacated from north of Gaza, of Israel, and also surrounding Gaza, they are not working. They're staying in hotels, and it's so expensive to make sure that they are fed. And the soldiers who are working, the Israeli government has to pay them allowance. So it's expensive, very expensive, and therefore, because it's not sustainable, the global financial interest is going to abandon the settler colonial project. And that's what the reason I noted just now, Chandra Mustafa said, he was shocked that ICJ has gone this far to make the statement. And also we must understand, ICC, right, came up with a warrant of arrest, applying for a warrant of arrest of Netanyahu, which many people got shocked. Why? Because all this while they were backing, the West was backing Israel. Suddenly you have a warrant of arrest on Netanyahu and Gallant. Why? My reading is that there is now a beginning of the abandonment of the Israeli government. The realization that the Israeli government now is veering to the right, extremists, because this Smotrich and Ben Gavir and Smotrich, they are talking about they want to set up settlements in Gaza and completely erase Palestinian presence in the West Bank. They are crazy. These people are crazy. The whole world know they are crazy. These plans are crazy. It's not going to take place. And therefore, if these people are in charge, the whole financial elites who will be in trouble. The system will be jeopardized because there will be chaos. People cannot accept, and they will react in a nasty, unpredictable way. The American public will react in an unpredictable way. So we must. We, meaning the financial elites of the West, are saying we must minimize the damage and make sure that that there's a control lowering down of the atrocities over there, and therefore they will try to make sure that there is going to be a one state. They are going to make sure there's a one state acceptable to the whole world. Because now the whole world is, the UNGA resolution shows that the whole world, except for America, only the elites, only the Zionists and their supporters in America are saying this. The rest of Americans, the ordinary Americans, are not supporting Israel anymore. So now the whole world, plus also the American public and the European public, cannot accept what is happening in Palestine, and they are recognizing it. So we want to make sure that we come up with a situation in Palestine which is acceptable to everybody. What is it? Democratic state, equal rights for people. Everyone likes that. Those terms are in line with everybody's aspiration. It's nothing wrong with that. Only the fanatical Zionists cannot accept that. And they are now going to be pushed aside, as we saw Netanyahu being pushed aside. So that one state project, which people are talking about now, is going to take place for me. Yeah? But it will take place faster if we engage in the BDS efforts that I talked about just now. If we focus on the BDS efforts just now, then the one state situation will be expedited. I'm more worried about what is the situation post destruction of Zionism in Palestine, because my reading is that most likely it's going to be a scenario like South Africa, where the elites, Zionist elites, no more Zionist elites, elites which don't, Zionism, etc. These are all labels. Most people are more concerned about money, right? So financial elites, which doesn't care about nationalism, they are going to be in charge. Whether from America, Palestine, they are going to be in charge, making sure that they are in control. So I suspect now there's a plan in place to identify certain people from among the Palestinian society who are acceptable, who will be in charge of this country, plus also acceptable people from among the Jewish community who's going to be in charge of the country post-Zionism. And the situation like South Africa will take place in Palestine soon. But of course, we know the situation in South Africa is not a bed of roses. It's actually terrible. And that's the reason why ANC lost recently, because people in South Africa are saying, our liberation doesn't mean anything. We are suffering. So liberation of Palestine will take place, but the liberation of people in Palestine, that is another question. And there are two phases of discussion now. So our discussion now is to make sure that Zionism collapse, but we also have to discuss about post-Zionism justice for all, either poor Jews, the oppressed Jews, or the oppressed Palestinians. Because if we don't make sure that the process of change in Palestine takes place in the proper way, you will see subjugation again, not in the name of Zionism, but in another name of, I don't know, you want to say capitalism or the financial elites or whatever. So the oppression of the ordinary people by the financial elites will continue post-Zionism if we do not do things in a proper way. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's. I think that point is very, very important. When you have dismantled, if apartheid is dismantled, Zionism is dismantled, the Jews are not going to go away. Jewish capital, there may be some flight of Jewish capital, especially those who have the ability to stop it. I was saying, I'm just going to close.
Yeah.
I suppose I'm going to close the session, but just with this comment that when the apartheid state of Israel is dismantled, Jewish capital will still remain to a large extent, I would imagine, in Israel. And as is the case with capitalism everywhere in the world, there will be a collusion between capital of different ethnic groups. This is the case we have in Malaysia. You have it in Indonesia. You have it in many parts of the world where you have, multi-ethnic society. And you can imagine that there will be a collusion between a dominant Jewish capital and a weaker Palestinian capital. So they may be dismantled. There may be a dismantling of apartheid. You won't have formal legal discrimination against Palestinians, but you will still have a kind of economic inequality that's based or dictated by the logic of capital. So that is something that we have. That it's something for Palestinians to think about as they, contemplate a dismantled or as they contemplate a democratic Palestinian state. Yes.
Comment on that. There is also some story so in terms of the post because we know that this last event. But there's the line in existence, and often we don't talk about it. But one reason why land is so important is because there's a full of gas and oil. You realize that the total reserve of Malaysia is 76 billion. And Malaysia is one of the largest producers of energy globally. That 150 trillion foot of gas, 2 trillion cubic foot is right now being exploited by 3 companies. We don't talk about that. Chevron is one of the largest investors in that. New Energy, which was a company that made Netanyahu's town. This is the whole sort of thing starts from the case. Yeah. All of the events have nothing to do with it. This is exactly what Bill Clinton did with Monica Lewinsky. Therefore, you can do what you can in Bosnia. This is exactly the same thing. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory, but it's fact. So, 150 foot of gas which is being developed by the Newman pipeline has already been laid, is the energy resource that Europe will rely on, which is not controlled by the West Asian countries. Okay, so this is a major part of this whole post-apartheid regime fault. So when you talk about large capital, this is the capital of the region. And we do know that Syria has been brought to its feet, its knees, because of another problem which is related to the scheme of the Lebanon gas fields offshore. And so this is a discussion that we had, and this is why I said that today we have to start thinking, what is the price that these people have to pay, these people who are committed genocide. If it is not discussed today, and the ICC has given us a good framework, if it isn't there is no dividend for these people to be paid. Because these people have to pay with their lives. They have to be put in the bar, and their family have to be put there. So this is a matter. You have to disincentivize people from using capital to be able to do what they do.
Yeah, fair enough. These are issues that Palestinians will obviously be talking about and thinking about. Yeah. To be continued. We need to break for lunch. So I'd like to thank Professor Nazari for his presentation and for the lively discussion after that. We'll be breaking for lunch now, and we should convene at 2 o'clock. So we'll have a short 40 minutes lunch, and see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to our conference on Palestine. I'm not going to introduce myself. I'm going to introduce myself because I'm the moderator, but I'm also making the presentation right now. I'm going to speak about the background, the ideological and the political background to the creation of the state of Palestine. It's somewhat related to the issue of one state solution, because I think that one of the arguments, and maybe the strongest argument against a two-state solution, is that Palestine is a area that's colonized and that Israel is a colonial state. And to accept a two-state solution, quite apart from the various problems associated with the two-state solution, like the lack of contiguous territory and so on and so forth, or the fact that Israel has never been serious about a two-state solution. Apart from those facts, accepting a two-state solution is tantamount to accepting colonialism. Now, of course, it is not impossible that there can be an acceptance of colonialism. That has happened in history. In history, we have many examples of states of which the members, some of the members, were assimilationists. For example, if you take the case of Martinique, which was in the Caribbean, which is a colonial possession of France. You have two examples. You have Frantz Fanon, who was a famous anti-colonial thinker and activist who rejected colonialism completely. But then you also have Aimé Césaire, who was also an important anti-colonial activist, who eventually became an assimilationist. And you have many examples of people from Martinique who accept the idea that Martinique can be part of France as long as they are given equal rights and so on and so forth. So they were anti-colonial in the sense that they fought for the dismantling of colonialism in Martinique, but they were assimilationists in the sense that they agreed to Martinique being part of France. So you have this idea of assimilationism. It's not inconceivable. In Puerto Rico, which is a US possession, again, you have people who are anti-colonial and want Puerto Rico to be independent of the US. But then you have many others who believe in the status quo and prefer Puerto Rico to remain as part of the US, perhaps with more rights than they have now, to have the same kind of rights that each of the 50 states have. So it's by no means a foregone conclusion that people would reject the two-state solution on the grounds that it's an acceptance of colonialism. But I think this is still a strong argument. And in the case of Palestine, I think it's one of those colonies, and if we can compare with other existing colonies, the last few colonies that we have in the world today, it is probably the most vocal and vociferous and anti-colonial among all the existing colonies that are around today. Now, given that that the rejection of the two-state solution is on the grounds that it's an acceptance of colonialism, and given that there are many people around the world who do not understand the rationale for rejecting the two-state solution. Many people around the world think that Palestinians should be open and balanced and reasonable and allow both Jews and Palestinians to exist. By that they mean both a Jewish state as well as a Palestinian state. Why deny Jews their own state? And they think rejecting that is unreasonable. But if we were to explain that the rejection of Israel is not a rejection of the right of Jews or of the right of any people to have their own state, it is merely a rejection of colonialism, right? Then it becomes more legitimate. Now, for that reason, I think it's necessary to explain about the colonial origins of Israel, because many people do not understand these colonial origins, and indeed do not see Israel as a colonial state today. Now, I'm not going to, of course, go into the historical facts in too much detail. Some of this has been covered by Professor Nazari earlier, and also many of these things are known. But I wanted to say a few words. I want to say a few words about the nature of Zionist colonialism. Now, it's very interesting to compare Zionist colonialism with other colonialisms, British, French, Dutch. Now, of course, all these colonialisms were founded by nation states, or they were founded by companies that operated from a nation state. For example, the Dutch East India Company, the British East India Company were originally private enterprises that sponsored their colonial projects, and those colonial projects were eventually taken over by nation states like the Netherlands, Britain, and before that, of course, Portuguese and Spanish colonialism were sponsored by their rulers. Ferdinand Isabella, for example, sponsored the first European colonial project, which was the project to, well, they thought they were looking for India, but they found America. Not only found it, but claimed that they discovered it for humanity, because until today we refer to it as the discovery of America, as if America was not known to anyone before that. Now, the thing about Zionist colonization is that it was not sponsored by a company or a state. It was an initiative of Europeans, like other forms of colonialism since 1492. But the actors came from a variety of European countries. But of course, the colonial project itself was very much facilitated by the Europeans, in particular by the British, who set up the British Mandate, who ran Palestine through the British Mandate prior to the establishment of Israel in 1948, and who, during that time of the British Mandate, facilitated gradual immigration of European Zionists to Palestine, and during which time the British were able to build institutions that were then taken over by the Israelis, by the Zionists, when the State of Israel was formed. I think it's also worthwhile, understanding that the anti-colonial struggle, because that's what it is. What is happening now in Israel is not, certainly not terrorism. It is not it is not just resistance. It is of course resistance, so we don't downplay the factor of resistance. But what kind of resistance is it? It is resistance of an anti-colonial nature, just like the Indonesians resisted the Dutch during before and during the Second World War, just like the Algerians resisted the French colonization, just like the Irish had been resisting British English colonization, just like the Filipinos through the intellectual leadership of Jose Rizal, resisted the Spanish colonization. So what is happening in Israel today, in Palestine, is one of the last anti-colonial resistance, in history. It may not be the last, but it is one of the last. It is also an anti-colonial resistance that has been taking place for decades, which is quite a long period, right? If we compare with other colonial states. Now, I wanted to say a few words about the nature of Zionist colonialism. And we know many things about Zionist colonialism. We know many things about Zionist ideology, that it is racist ideology. We also are increasingly taking pains to differentiate Zionism from Judaism, as many Jews themselves do. And from a non-Jewish perspective, from a Muslim perspective, for example, the Jews are the people of the book. And we as Muslims are obliged to make that separation, to not allow for the contamination of Judaism, which we regard as a religion of the people of the book, the Ahl al-Kitab, to not allow for the contamination of Judaism by a reprehensive ideology like Zionism. Yeah? Now, of course, there are many ideologies that attach themselves to religion. And you find this in Hinduism, you find this in Islam, in Buddhism, in Christianity. Some ideologies some of the time, these ideologies may be more or less in line with the religion that they claim to represent. But it is not always the case that you have a reprehensive ideology that attaches itself to a religion. And Zionism is such an example, because it is founded on separation, on apartheid, on the denial of the rights of others. There are very few ideologies that attach themselves to religion that have this quality. In many cases, certain ideologies, because they are misused, may result in the denial of rights and so on. But in the case of Zionism, what is happening in Israel today is not an abuse of Zionism. It's not a misunderstanding of Zionism. It is it is in line with the ideals of Zionism, which is the displacement of a whole people, the Palestinians, from their land and their dispossession. Now, there are many variants of Zionism, and I think in Malaysia we tend not to to understand too much about Zionism, because there is little discourse about Zionism beyond the emotional outbursts against it. But there's little media discussion on Zionism. There's little, in terms of academic discussions, conferences and seminars, we don't talk too much about Zionism. So we don't realize that there are actually many forms of Zionism. There's conservative Zionism, there is religious Zionism, there's cultural Zionism, there's socialist Zionism. Now, all of them have in common the idea of the right of Jews to return to Palestine and to establish a Jewish homeland for the Jews. They all have this in common. But their reasoning about how this can be done and their reasoning about why this should be done differs from from group to group, from orientation to orientation. Now, one of the Zionist ideologies is what is referred to as Zionist Marxism, or Zionist Marxism, right? And this actually is very old Zionist, one of the older of Zionist ideologies, associated with, among others, Ber Borokhov, who was a Russian Zionist from the late 19th century. Marxist Zionism is a very interesting, I would say, misuse of Marxism, because Marxism is sees itself as being on the side of the oppressed, the working class, and by extension, the oppressed peasants, all these groups that are oppressed by the owners of capital. But what Zionists like Ber Borokhov, and then centuries later, closer to our times, the Israeli political scientist Shlomo Avineri, what they did was to interpret Marx in a certain way to justify Zionist colonization, right? And all of this has to do with Marx's theory of the Asiatic mode of production. So Karl Marx, talking about Karl Marx had a theory on a theory of the rise of capitalism in Europe, and he also attempted to explain why capitalism did not emerge in the rest of the world, right? In other words, there was, among European scholars in the 19th century, there was this idea of European exceptionalism, that Europe had the traits and characteristics or the prerequisites for the rise of capitalism, and that these traits and prerequisites were not present in Asia and Africa. So capitalism could not emerge there. After capitalism emerged in Europe, it could be transplanted to the rest of the world. But a kind of attitude or spirit that led to disciplined, methodical action in capital accumulation could not originate, or did not originate, elsewhere in the world. It originated in Europe. Now, Marx's explanation for why capitalism originated in Europe was that, among other things, there was the rise of an independent bourgeoisie or capital owning class, capitalist class, within the context of feudal society, and this bourgeois class, this capitalist class, developed in the cities, and the logic of their development was against feudal interests, because, I mean, to put it crudely, or to put it very simply, capital in the cities wants to invest in production on larger and larger scales. It cannot do so when labor is tied in the feudal system. Labor is tied in the countryside under feudal obligations, where legally peasants, serfs are obliged to stay in the and work the land in the countryside. So the series of revolutions in Europe, the English Revolution, the French Revolution, and so on, these were revolutions spearheaded by the bourgeoisie in the name of democracy, to establish parliaments, to establish representative rule, to abolish feudalism in the name of freedom of the people. But underlying that was the interest in freeing up labor, right? Now, Marx's argument was that such change could not happen in what he called Asiatic societies. He's referring to China, to the Middle East, to many parts of the world, to India, certainly. This change could not happen. The kind of change that you had in Europe, where you have an independent bourgeoisie that revolts with the help of the dispossessed, revolts against the feudal aristocracy, establishes democracy, opens up the way legally to establish free enterprise, capitalist system, and this comes together, or rather, it precedes the Industrial Revolution, right? Now, Marx's argument was that that could not happen in non-European societies because, to begin with, there was no independent bourgeoisie, there was no independent trading class, which could then evolve into a bourgeoisie. Land was controlled by the rulers, the Chinese emperors, the Ottoman sultans, the Persian shahs, the sultans in India. Land was controlled. There was no private property. And there was no private property, therefore there was no possibility for the emergence of an independent capitalist class, and so on and so forth. Now, Marx called this the Asiatic mode of production, as opposed to the feudal mode of production, where you have feudalism in the countryside, and you have towns that are legally run differently from the feudal, from the countryside, and legally independent of the countryside. You didn't have that kind of separation in Asiatic societies. So in India, in China, in the Middle East, in the Ottomans, Abbas, and so on, what you have is a centralized system where the emperor, the sultan, the shah owns and runs everything. Okay. In Europe, the king, the king of England, or the Queen of England, or king doesn't own and control all land. In fact, the feudal system is decentralized. So feudal lords, run their own territories. So basically, what scholars like Shlomo Avineri said that Palestine, as part of the Arab world, was characterized by the Asiatic mode of production. Right? That means capitalist industrialization cannot take place because there is no possibility of a Palestinian bourgeoisie emerging. There's no possibility of, because there's no possibility for an independent Palestinian capitalist class to emerge. And this is the pattern they claim in the whole of the Middle East. Now, if there's no possibility of capitalism to emerge in Palestine, it means that there's no possibility of socialism to emerge. Now, remember, these are Marxists. They're not supporting capitalism, but they are saying that it is necessary for society to go through the stage of capitalism in order to proceed to socialism. Because capitalism creates a more advanced system of production, industrialization, which it socializes the workers into developing a certain level of class consciousness, and this is needed for socialism. So even the Zionist socialists, who are anti-capitalist, supported this idea of Zionist colonization, because they believe that, or they claim that Zionist colonization would introduce capitalism to Palestine and eventually to the rest of the Middle East, preparing the way for the development of socialism. So Zionist colonization was therefore a progressive movement to bring up the Middle East to a higher level of development. So this is basically the thesis of Marxist Zionism. Of course, the complications regarding Marxist theory, the fact that Marx, in his later writings, had revised his views about the role of colonialism. Initially, he thought that colonialism would play, he thought that British colonialism would play a positive role in the development of the industrialization of India. But he changed his views about that in his later writings. But what you have here, I think, is basically a misuse of Marx's views about colonization in India. and applying it to justify Israeli colonialism. By some, Israeli scholars and activists among the socialists, but including some very prominent, well-known scholars, such as I mentioned, the political scientist Shlomo Avineri, who was writing in the 1960s and 1970s, and even I think in the 80s. So I've just given, a brief introduction to one variant of Zionism that we very rarely hear about, Marxist Zionism. And I think there are so many other variants of Zionist Zionism that we need to understand so that we can properly understand the psychology and the outlook of Israelis. It doesn't explain entirely the outlook of Israelis, but it does go some way towards explaining why Israelis feel that they are entitled to the land that their grandparents or great-grandparents colonized. And it also educates us into understanding the problems of Israeli colonization, founded as it is on this problematic ideology. And I think it also suggests to us that given that Israeli colonization that Israel is a colonial settler state, and is a colonial settler state founded on a racist colonial ideology that we call Zionism, it strengthens the case for the idea of one state, to the extent that we cannot accept, or rather, well, when I say we, I mean Palestinians as well as those outside of Palestinians who are anti-colonial in nature, that we cannot accept colonialism, and that to accept a two-state solution is to compromise to compromise with colonialism. Thank you very much. I hope we can perhaps have a short discussion before we move on.
Parents were but that's just sort of the fact of children who live in a Jewish, mostly survivors. One of the things that was clearly social fiber narrative everybody shared came to the state of Israel. That Israel is a place where exemplifying humanity, living together in things like that. So the whole media sort of fed into that, the idea of picturing Israel as this paradise for the completely excluding the cities. But it's very powerful. This message went down into my generation, basically the baby boom generation. It became part of the conditioning, as a strong component of moral understanding that Israel was global, the future in a kind of communist way, socialism, communism, but practiced in a likely environment. And I wanted just to communicate that really hit a chord for people in my generation, Jews in my generation, that up to a point where that became just unapproachable for criticism, because the example of this living before we saw the media allowed to see, allowed to understand, was that it was this sort of utopian situation. So I wanted just to put that out there. That applies to things of clear observing, is that when you try to approach Jews, particularly in my generation, for the most part, this is so embedded in their psyche that it is almost as pathological, to the point where they made people like that, like my generation, my family, my sister, my brother, all of them, pretty much all of my family, that they, any other discussion about colonialism, the context of Israel as a state, situation later, see coming out, really. But this thing that they would agree on, so many other people in my generation would agree so much of the critique of the world, justice, fairness, human rights, science, enlightenment, and all these areas. But as soon as it comes to the subject state of Israel, there's a complete apology, right? Switches to the programming. So, and you could be talking to a rational person, when you mention this, and he goes completely irrational. Completely irrational. Current monstrous changes. That we're facing that kind of psychology, that kind of Christians have also had the same pathology, but in a different way. Like they believe the Jewish state has to exist in order for the appearance of Satan's influence. And it's just that is what they believe, no matter what else they'll discuss regarding Palestinians, it's all worth it because they're not sure that Jesus will come and then really get rid of the Jews, right? And we'll have, the control. That's it. It's madness. But it's that type of madness and face right now, the ethos of mentality. United States, look at Biden. He gets on this meeting a few months ago. He says that I am a Zionist. I mean, it's a pretty powerful thing for the president to say. Most of them are just kind of behind policy, but use this rhetoric. But if this type of pathology, just one of the things I am, that what I have noticed that there's beginning to be cracking, and that is very phenomenal. The graciousness of access to the internet, and travel, applications, like TikTok, the United States is just foaming for the knots to get rid of it. Why? Because it's a medium of communication, news that we don't get from the corporate science media. So completely hope for this design that justice will prevail, whether this one next, but certainly justice is the overriding creation has to emerge. And happy to be able to share that I do see this type of cracking together for some concepts and attachment to this whole narrative of Israel, the psychology, I think how it's filtered into American society. So there's a little bit of glimmer there. I hope.
Yeah, thank you for that sharing. The problem with this so-called crack in the programming, I don't know, are you using the matrix metaphor? Yeah, you see, but you know, the matrix never gets. Yeah, I agree, and I use it in my teaching as well to illustrate this problem. But the matrix never disappears. So no matter, I'm just wonder, no matter how much Americans become conscientized about what is really happening in Israel, no matter how much they become conscientized about the nature of American imperialism, when it comes to actually choosing a president, do they really have choices? You know, is it going to impact on the, you know, will a president who is not pro-Israel, I'm not saying pro-Palestine, but at least who is not pro-Israel, who has a really balanced policy, could such a president ever be elected? This is another question, right?
Nuance. And it's just a narrative that everybody's mentally and can't do any analysis of the individual. Can't afford to do any analysis. In the process of analysis, they will lose their life, they will lose their home, their jobs, their careers, their wives, their because they are in an economic situation. Rank and file person is that they are 30 days from the streets, and their medical bills are so high, their taxes are so high, their educational responsibilities, student loans are so high, they are in a box so tight that they can't even begin a process of analysis because the stakes are so high for them. And once they begin, system will be against the ethos, American, particularly American society, and it's completely, it's not something which is, that's a benefit, common purpose of the, and it just reminds me not to say this because I feel very strongly, is that the core sickness that we all have, the Israelis, the Americans, simply we forgot the sacred, we forgot the life itself that is in every the soul of sacredness, which is in every thing. If we really grasp that as part of our lives, then our whole world would change. It would change dramatically. It's not that. It's not at all. It's wearing the masks of the generosity, education, politics, justice, and all of that. This is there's another cabal, very industrial companies, transnational, supranational companies who are all just, to them the game is whoever does get their heads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though it's,
Yeah.
this is a psychosis that
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Any more? Yes.
This makes us reach the point that what's going on now. That's something amazing. The first thing that to start in the narration is running for the east. Now, just from this, we can say that many people were going in that. We feel sorry for the death and for the suffering. But the other side was started to feel. And these things in scale, reaching, and both and they start to see the real things about and what's going on there. So the first section one thing and all people as I'm Palestinian, at some time, what more the things all the for religion. So this is not only Christian, and they will be something. There were Jewish players when Palestinian Jewish people and okay. So from this, and they can be one straight and during the therapy as we think that can and if you want according to this thing, we can keep it and win this game. But unfortunately, this from this one thing, one way will be that they can with other people. But this is a land for no issue without land, without any land solution. Now they find that land. And unfortunately, that thing this is what they are working about what's going to Palestine. The other thing, as you know that they have Palestinian and even that area, like in the they people as a people. You have animals and they just that would be I think that this is something as a human it's something it is illegal to the environment. There are the land is there for them. All of this, that this is what brings in West especially the world. All that they are some they that was going on the ground. What the picture something I know the could take some but why the it could take some time. What's going on here? But can't go this way and give it this cover it's not this way. It will be popular for them, but it's the wood that the maybe try itself didn't something different even in other and that it's something different. But we believe from this side and Palestinian and this is our right and we keep fighting for our right and we will live later. This is no doubt about it. And it's a thing of themselves, they don't it's not them and they don't but they like hey, this is the thing of the Thank you.
Yeah, with regard to how Palestinians are being treated or portrayed as less than human, you're saying, right? This dehumanization or brutalization. Again, this is a classic pattern you find in colonialism, in most forms of colonialism. In Malaysia, maybe we are not very familiar with that because colonialism in Malaya and Singapore, in the Strait settlements, was less brutal, I would say, in terms of the level of discrimination and racism and so on, in comparison to colonialism in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in India, in Latin America, and so on. So we're not very familiar with that. But then we find in Latin America, in Indonesia, in the Philippines to a great extent, certainly in India, you find this level of brutalization. The Spanish colonizers of the Philippines, including members of the church, the clerics, had extremely insulting things to say about Filipinos. They liken Filipinos to they're closer to the Kerbao. What they call the Carabao in in the Philippines. The Spaniards call them Carabao, what we call Kerbao. And they say that the Filipinos prefer to be with their with their Carabao. The Spaniards were in the early 16th century, when they found America and they encountered the natives. They're notorious for having regarded Native Americans as less than human, and this perception of them as less than human allowed for terrible brutalization and slavery of the Native Americans. And it's the same kind of logic which allowed for the brutal treatment of natives in Indonesia and in the Philippines by the Dutch and by the Spaniards. Because exploitation of the very brutal kind requires the exploiter to think of the one they're exploiting as less than human. If you cannot think of them as less than human, you are not able to engage in that level of exploitation, right? So I think we need to understand that.
Are a typical sign of people who just meet me. So they were not in. So it was like as if they were engaged. These are human beings. But because they had already identified them, help you. So the human beings.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can come to an end. No, come to this session. This session, yeah. Yeah. So I call this session to close. And now I would like to invite Dr. Muslim Imran, if he's ready. So let me just introduce him to everyone. Dr. Muslim Imran is a Palestinian academic and activist based in Kuala Lumpur. He serves as a non-resident scholar at the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies. He's also director of the Middle East Center for Research and Dialogue, or AMEC. His academic credentials are in communication engineering, business administration, and he has a master's degree in political science. And
Thank you very much, Professor Farid, Professor Nazari, my dear friends here, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to you all. I'm very glad to speak before this audience, and I would like to express my appreciation to the organizers for this opportunity to discuss a very important topic that sometimes is sidelined because of the daily developments of the Palestinian issue, and sometimes brushed aside intentionally because of the practical considerations of many political actors, not only in Palestine but also globally. Now, in my presentation, I will try to briefly survey the different proposals on the Palestinian issue, particularly the one-state solution proposals, and try to highlight a vision or a possible vision for one of these one-state proposals. Now, before delving into that, it's necessary to register our sympathies and solidarity with the Lebanese people who are undergoing a very tough time. Only last night, the Israeli war machine dropped huge bombs on Beirut, wiping out more than 6 entire buildings, residential buildings, and causing the death and injury of hundreds of Lebanese civilians. The amount and the size of this catastrophe is still unclear because of the size of the bombs. Now, these bombs were used in Gaza repeatedly, and it resulted in the disappearance of almost 10,000 Palestinians who are still, absent. We did not get their bodies, their corpses, unlike the 41,000 Palestinian deaths who were brought to hospitals, morgues, or buried. More than 10,000 Palestinians have disappeared because of these American-made bombs. Now the same is being applied in Lebanon. What we witnessed last night, I would say, is, and also throughout the last 10 months, is an exceptional show of Western colonial brutality. And this makes me conclude that Israel is definitely a legitimate or an illegitimate son of the Western colonial brutality and savagery of the past. We can try to frame the narrative in whatever way we want, but there is no way that Israel is not an inheritor or a descendant of that Western colonial brutality. The same policies, the same logic, the same chauvinism that was applied by the Western colonial powers in Asia and Africa and Latin America, of course, is being applied now in Palestine and Lebanon. Few days ago, a truck load full of Palestinian, anonymous Palestinian bodies was brought to Gaza, 88 dead bodies who are unknown, no names, no cause of death, no clear indication of how Israel even captured them. They were killed and sent to Gaza. Before that, hundreds, probably thousands of corpses were actually either stolen, dug from graves, or were killed in the Israeli action in Gaza and were used as experimental subjects. They stole their body parts. God knows what else they've done. Hearing the news of rape and torture in Israeli prisons, the possibility that the Israelis are doing what the Japanese and German colonial powers have done to colonial subjects is there. It's possible that they are experimenting on them, actually, different forms of experimentations. So it is the same savagery, the same brutality, of course, enabled by a very sophisticated war machine that modernity has provided. These lethal technologies point to the fact that Israel, just like many other Western powers, has mistaken modernity for civilization. And I know Ali Shariati used to suggests that many Eastern intellectuals are actually confused between modernity and civilization, but it seems that Israel is more confused than these Eastern intellectuals. Now, this can be seen, of course, in the literature in Israel, and many of this literature is available in English. I'll only cite two intellectuals, if we can call them intellectuals. One is Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu is a politician, but he has written extensively. In one of his books published in the 90s, A Place Among Nations, or A Place Under the Sun, it's very clear that he glorifies power and he paints Israel as an oasis of democracy in the middle of a barbarian region. And because of this, image that he paints, he justifies the use of any sort of power. The same applies to an interestingly so-called liberal Israeli intellectual or historian by the name of Yuval Noah Harari. I'm sure many of you have read *Sapiens*, *Homo Deus*, and other writings by Harari, who tries sometimes to paint himself as a liberal, but the writings or the way he portrays history, spills so much Darwinian thinking. The logic that he applies that might is right. You are powerful, so you deserve to survive. Others are weaker. It's not a big deal if they are wiped out. And you see his comments on the ongoing conflict or ongoing genocide in Gaza. You can see that. Having said all of this, if Israel thinks this way, then the root cause is the Zionist ideology. Then there is no way to give concessions to such ideology, because the end result will definitely be a second United States of America or a second Australia, where the original inhabitants are wiped out. The American colonizers in North America have signed, I'm no expert of American history, but from my readings, they've signed more than 300 peace treaties with the Red Indians. Israel has not reached that number yet. They have signed Camp David, Oslo Accords, many other, Annapolis, Wadi Araba, and other treaties. But it's the same direction. Where are the Red Indians today? They are part of history. And Israel is trying to apply that model to the Palestinians. Therefore, any theoretical concessions from our side, the Palestinians or our supporters, will be a very, very grave mistake, because we will end up becoming Red Indians. Surveying the available proposals, one of the most dominant proposals, of course, is the two-state solution, which is now the mantra of the international community in the United Nations. You always hear the two-state solution. And of course, unfortunately, our Palestinian president is probably the biggest fan of the two-state solution in the world. The other solution is the one-state solution, but of course, there are many different versions of one-state solution. Let's look at the historical development of the two proposals. For the one-state solution, it is a fact that this has actually been the original goal or original proposal of almost all parties, but of course in varying ways of implementation. Starting with the British, who were the colonial power in Palestine that created the existing reality. The British, after their mandate started in Palestine in the early 1920s, started to face severe Palestinian resistance in 1920, 1929, and most importantly in 1935, 36, until 1939. The British formed a committee that came out with a 1939 white paper. The white paper's resolution was a Palestinian state for all citizens, basically a binational state. And the reason why the British had to come to this conclusion was that the Second World War was about to start, and that the Palestinians have made Britain's life very difficult in those few years. In 3 years of revolution, Palestinian revolutionaries took over power in many Palestinian villages, especially in rural areas. And Britain had to bring more than 100,000 troops to crush the Palestinian unrest or the Palestinian uprising. So the idea started to float, at least in some spheres. For the Arabs, of course, one Palestinian state of Palestine was always the earliest proposal or option. But after Nakba, after the loss of Palestine, Palestinians started to think of creating a Palestinian state, but in more pragmatic, ways. And the Palestinian National Charter of 1964, upon which the PLO was formed, clearly stated that the Jewish citizens of Palestine are welcome to be citizens of Palestine as long as they accept to live in peace and harmony. The Fifth National Council of the PLO, held in February 1969, in which President Yasser Arafat was elected as the chairman of the PLO, also came out with a democratic state proposal. And this was relatively a concession, because in this proposal, they accepted that any Zionist can become a member of the new Palestinian state as long as they abandon their Zionist ideology, meaning to say that the first proposal accepted any Jewish Palestinian to be a member of the state, and that's very natural and very logical. Any Jewish who was born in Palestine before the colonial settlements of the Zionist movement started in the late 19th century were, of course, logically citizens of Palestine. Their numbers was in the early days of the 20th century in the few thousands. But now the PLO came up with the democratic state resolution or proposal, which suggested that we accept anybody, any Jewish, to become a citizen as long as they accept to live in the state of Palestine. So the democratic state would have Muslim and Christian Arabs, as well as some Jewish Arabs and Jewish immigrants from different backgrounds in one state where one man has one vote. Eventually, the one-state solution proposals had to slow down after the success of Israel in annexing the West Bank and Gaza, the United Nations resolution of 242, and the Egyptian resort to settle peacefully with Israel through the Camp David Accords of the 1970s, made the one-state solution irrelevant in that context. But the election of Benjamin Netanyahu many years later put up obstacles before the new solution, or the other solution, which is the two-state solution. And some intellectuals on both sides, the Palestinian and the Israeli, started to talk again about a one-state solution. People like Edward Said, in the case of Palestine, after the election of Netanyahu, he started publicly calling for one Palestinian state and saying that the Oslo Accords are not going to work. On the Israeli side, there are also many intellectuals. More recent Israeli activists and intellectuals would include people like Gideon Levy or Ilan Pappé and others who welcome a one-state solution. Now, for the partition of Palestine, or the two-state solution, it also started in the early days of Nakba. So in 1947, when the British were unable to implement the white paper of the 1930s, a Palestinian state for Arabs and Jews, a binational state, they abandoned the Palestinian issue, they abandoned the whole problem, and they subsidized it or gave it to the United Nations to solve it. The newly born United Nations, which was heavily dominated by Western powers, we remember that many Afro-Asian nations were not independent yet in the 1940s, decided to partition Palestine. And here comes the UN Resolution 181, the partition plan, where a proposal for two states to emerge. Many Arabs and Palestinians felt it was very unfair because the Jewish immigrant community in Palestine did not have that much land ownership, and the proposal, the partition plan, was actually proposing that Israel get the better part in terms of geography, access to water, economic resources, etc. But Israel bulldozed through during the 1947-1948 ethnic cleansing operations, and Nakba resulted in the creation of the State of Israel. So the two states solution started to become a reality, a practical status quo, although the Palestinians did not have a state. We raised the Palestinian flag in Gaza, and the Palestinians appointed the government of Ahmed Hilmi Abdel Baqi, the All-Palestine government, but nobody, like literally nobody, recognized this government, including our Arab neighbors. Eventually, they had to move their office from Gaza to Cairo, and the whole idea of a Palestinian state died out. In 1967, when Israel extended its military occupation to the West Bank and Gaza, it started to be very clear that it's difficult to, get a state for everybody to live together, because Israel started to emerge as a strong military power. Although the possibility of an Israeli one state started to become possible. 1939 and 1993 Oslo Accords started to give some hope to some Palestinians and to some pro-Palestine forces that eventually there might be a way to get a negotiated settlement for the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Palestinians can get a state and Israel will still maintain its own state. But by 1999, the transitional period expired and the Palestinians did not end up with a state. So the second intifada erupted in the year 2000. And we got into a dilemma where both sides officially are committed to two states, but on the ground, the powerful side that was controlling the West Bank and Gaza was not doing anything to allow a Palestinian state to emerge. Now, one of the pragmatic developments that happened was the winning of Hamas in 2006 parliamentary elections. In these elections, Hamas basically practically accepted the Palestinian Authority and joined its government. The Palestinian Authority was formed upon the premise of the two-state solution and the Oslo Accord. But Hamas maintained its official position of not recognizing the Oslo Accords, not accepting them, but accepting to participate in the political process of the Palestinian Authority through parliamentary and later presidential elections, if possible. By 2017, Hamas has become a dominant Palestinian political and military power, and it published its new charter or its political document, in which it clearly highlighted that it accepts a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza without recognition of an Israeli state. So although this is not an acknowledgement of the two-state solution, but it's a pragmatic and a practical way of saying that we accept a state for now in the West Bank and Gaza. Now, the 2023 Al-Aqsa flood operation can be read differently, but for some, it is interpreted as actually a military operation that would result in a Palestinian state. So would carve, a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza through, of course, later political negotiations and settlement. But it's still an ongoing operation. The Israeli war with all of its neighbors still continues. And although it's a very painful war, humanitarian cost is very high, but no one can claim that a political end result of this ongoing conflict is clear. So the one-state solution has its fans, the two-state solution has its fans, but the international community opted to go for the two-state solution, at least pay lip service to the two-state solution, even though now many people in the world realize that it's impossible to achieve two states coexisting or living in peace side by side. Having highlighted this historical dimension, theoretically, people who talk about one-state solution mean one of 4 or, in my opinion, 6 different proposals. One is a binational state. If it is a democratic state, it's a state for 2 groups. And there are many examples around the world of such states. Second is a consociational state where different ethnicities or different races or different religious groups have a share of the political system. And a very good, or some very good examples are Lebanon, Iraq, probably Bosnia as well, where, for instance, in Lebanon, the Sunnis have the prime minister's post, the Shia have the speaker of parliament post, the Christian Maronites have the president of the state. So this is also one of the proposals that people sometimes talk about when it comes to the Palestinian issue. Of course, this is all theoretical, endeavors. The third proposal is the multiculturalism, multicultural state. And if it is democratic, one man, one vote, where everybody is recognized and accepted. And there are, again, also many examples of such states in the world. Finally, the confederation proposal. A confederation is where more than one government coexist and form another higher government. So in this case, there will be a Palestinian government, an Israeli government, and one joint government. So 3 governments, 2 peoples, 3 governments. And many actually intellectuals, especially in Israel, pro-peace intellectuals talk a lot about the confederation. Some Palestinian political forces who are also close to these Israeli peace camps always talk about confederation. These 4 different proposals are actually discussed in details by Hassan Imran in a paper entitled Survey of the One-State Solutions for the Palestinian Issue, and it's good to refer to it. Hassan is my younger brother, actually. The 2 other proposals for a one-state solution are the ones that the majority, like the majority Palestinians or the majority Israelis talk about. For the Israelis, the dominant Israeli vision for one state is what's happening now. Buying time to establish a Jewish state where eventually total ethnic cleansing will be achieved. So the US model, which I have just highlighted. The US model is sign 350 or 360 peace deals with these Red Indians. Eventually, in 50 years, in 100 years, they're gone. It worked in Australia. It worked in North America. Why not in Palestine, Israel? So the dominant Israeli forces now, be it religious right-wing or nationalist right-wing, or interestingly, many secular Israeli Zionists believe that you just have to be patient. You are getting to it. We are going to get rid of these Palestinians, regardless of how big the number is. An opportunity will arise. So after October the 7th, for the Israeli decision makers, they thought, okay, this is the time to do it in Gaza. The time will come for the West Bank. Of course, on the ground, they are working on it. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich has, in 2017, spoken publicly about the final solution for the Palestinians in the West Bank. So Palestinians in the West Bank have one of 2 or 3 options: either to leave, pack and leave, or to be killed, or to surrender and accept to live under Israel as a 2nd or 3rd class citizen. So this is something that Israeli ministers and officials actually speak about in public. One of the most common words in Israeli political discourse now in newspapers is transfer, transferring the Palestinians. And this was before October the 7th. Now, in Gaza, they are doing it. What happened to 1 million Palestinians in North Gaza was basically ethnic cleansing. They were forced out of North Gaza. Now, the remaining 500,000 are being subject to all sorts of ethnic cleansing brutal policies to get rid of these Palestinians. Starvation, cut off water, electricity, internet, everything else, cut off food supply. They are implementing this because of the vision they have. The vision is very clear. It's not a secret. Netanyahu made it very public. He said, no Palestinian state from the river to the sea. No Hamasistan. He put it this way: no Hamasistan, no Fathistan. So even President Mahmoud Abbas, who is seen by the absolute majority of the Palestinians as a pacifist, toothless political leader who poses no challenge to Israel, even this leader in his camp is seen by Netanyahu as a problem. So no Fathistan, regardless of what political agenda they will raise. Now the Palestinian vision. Okay, so the Israeli vision is clear. You can just watch the TV and you will see what is the Israeli vision. Expanding the Israeli geographic and demographic rule over historical Palestine. But of course, there are more extremist visions of the Israeli vision. So people on the right of Netanyahu, like the religious Zionist camp, people like Minister Ben-Gvir and Minister Bezalel Smotrich and a few others, dream beyond that. They want a state from the Nile to the Euphrates. And maybe 10, 20 years ago, people used to dismiss this as a conspiracy theory. But today, in the ongoing conflict, in the ongoing war on Gaza, you see Israeli soldiers wearing actually the badge of from the river, from the Nile to the Euphrates. You see the Israeli Air Force bombing all the way from the Nile to the Euphrates. Maybe they have not gone that deep in Egypt, but looking at Israel, not yet. So this is the Israeli vision. And they are actually buying time, but on the ground, there are new realities. The settlements are being expanded everywhere. The legal front is also important. In the Israeli parliament, they are legislating new laws that will practically result in this. Nation-state law of 2018 was a clear example. They don't mind to be an apartheid state temporarily. So Israel's ultimate goal is not to become an apartheid state, actually. Israel's ultimate goal is to become a second USA where the Red Indians are wiped out. But for a while, they don't mind being called an apartheid state. So they are now an apartheid state, actually, practically. The Palestinian vision, finally, of one-state solution can also be split into two. One is the early old vision of the PLO, one secular democratic state. This was the title. That was brought about in 1969, and it continues to have some fans and supporters, but not the decision makers of the PLO, at least not the top leadership of Fatah. Although there are some, voices within Fatah itself, maybe not the mainstream voices, that started to talk about one-state reality and one-state solution. One state for Arabs and Jews, one man, one vote. If the peace process fails, the logical thing is that the leader of the PLO will come out and say it did not work, we go back to our old proposal of one state. Now, on the other hand, Hamas is more openly speaking about one state solution, one Palestinian state, where Palestinians get full rights. Palestinian refugees come back to Palestine. The whole territory will be called Palestine, and the Israeli citizens of this new state will be dealt with later. Dealt with not necessarily by genocide, as some propagandists in the West always talk about. It means that this is not our problem now. Our problem now is establishing rule over the whole of Palestine. But of course, the way the Palestinian resistance in Gaza, especially Hamas, has treated the Israeli captives in custody in Gaza, can actually tell that they observe Islamic teachings of how to deal with the enemy, especially civilians. So I don't think this example is, of course, not enough, but I don't think that there will be a mistreatment of the remaining Israeli citizens. But more important than the individuals and the population is actually the political entity, the regime. No more flag of Israel, no more IDF, no more Shin Bet, no more Mossad. The Israeli state institutions will be dismantled. This colonial regime, these colonial institutions will be dismantled. And that's the vision that Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and I'm not very well versed in the ideology of the Popular Front, but I think to a large extent the Popular Front is also advocating that. Most of the Palestinians believe that a total dismantlement of the Zionist project should take place. Now, the important development in recent years is that the camp that supports this vision is growing, not only inside Palestine, but also across the region. We see now important military forces in the Middle East that are directly clashing with Israel to achieve this vision. people like the Lebanese resistance groups, Hezbollah, Jama'at Islamiyah, and others, the Yemeni military groups like Ansarullah, who now control the capital, Sana'a. Of course, Iran has, since the Iranian Revolution, publicly supported this option, many Iraqi groups, and the momentum is growing. This brings us to the shift in power, and I'll try to be brief, inshallah. How would this final solution, or the last solution that I have listed, be achieved? Page is missing. Okay. Looking at Palestine in 1948 and Palestine in 2024, there are similarities and differences, but one important noticeable characteristic is the shift in balance of power. In 1947, 1948, there was basically no fierce Palestinian resistance. Of course, there was Abdul Qadir al-Husseini and a few thousand Palestinian fighters, but the Palestinian national movement was at the level of fatigue by then. When Nakba took place in 1947, 1948, the Palestinians have already been subject to 30 years of British colonization. So in 1935, 36, 37, 38, 39, tens of thousands of Palestinians were killed. Palestinian political and military leaders were, expelled, killed, or captured. If a Palestinian had a bullet at home, they would be sentenced to death and executed by the British. No national institutions had their fair share of development, although we had higher Arab committees, and Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Palestine, used to play this political role together with a team of Christian and Muslim political groups. We had political parties, but in terms of state institutions, everything was either under the hand of the British or Zionists. The Zionists, on the other side, were building their capabilities. For 30 years, they built the Jewish National Fund, even universities like the Hebrew University, the Haganah, which eventually became the Israeli military, or so-called IDF, intelligence agencies, economic agencies. So they were ready actually to take over. And by the year 1948, when the ethnic cleansing started and the Arab armies decided to come to save Palestine, there was more than 120,000 Israeli soldiers fighting in the battlefield. On the other side, the Palestinian volunteers who volunteered under Jaysh al-Jihad al-Muqaddas, or Abdul Qadir Husseini, together with so-called seven Arab armies of newly independent states, did not match half of the Israeli military troops. All of the Arabs combined, together with the Palestinians, were less than 50,000. Ill-equipped, of course, and we know what happened in Egypt after the war. The military carried out a military coup d'etat in 1952 because they were very upset at the king and his government, who were unable to provide them proper weaponry. The Arab armies, interestingly, in 1948 were led by a British commander. So they relied on the British, who created the whole problem to save Palestine from the Zionist movement. The balance of power was tilting to the Zionist side. And the funny thing is, they used propaganda or newspeak to say that the Jewish David defeated the Arab Goliath. What Goliath? The Arabs were unable to protect themselves back then. So the balance of power was heavily tilted towards the Zionist side. Today, 76 years later, Israel is still powerful. It still enjoys the support of the United States, but there is severe, strong resistance from the Palestinians. In 1947, 1948, the Palestinians heard about the Deir Yassin massacre, about some, Israeli savagery in some Arab towns, and 700 or 800,000 Palestinians fled. They ran off to the rest of the world. Today, almost 1 year after the start of the Israeli aggression on Gaza and the Palestinians, The absolute majority of the Palestinians are still staying, and you see the footage coming out of Gaza. Israeli bombs wipe out an entire neighborhood, and people come out of the rubble. Some children and elderly come out from under the rubble saying, "We're staying here." The same actually, footage are coming out of Lebanon now. This morning, if you've seen the videos from the Dahiya al-Janubiyya, Lebanese people coming out from the destruction and saying they're doing this to us to stop our support for Gaza. We are still going to stand by Gaza. So the moral stand is different. The generation that lost Palestine is not the current generation, and the generation that formed Israel is not the same generation. The first Israeli generation was a fighter generation. They were willing to, because they had also their fair share of difficulties in Europe, the Holocaust, whatever, and they believed in Zionism. They were willing to die for Zionism. They were the true believers of Zionism, if we may say. Now, in terms of geopolitical capabilities, the Palestinians, together with their allies, be it Lebanese, Syrian, Iraqi, Yemeni, Iranian, are in a different position compared to the position in 1948. Now, finally, I will conclude with a glimpse on the impacts of the ongoing war on Israel. I know we always talk about the impacts of this ongoing war on the Palestinians, and we conclude that it's a tough time. President Mahmoud Abbas, for instance, when he sees what's happening, he concludes that we are losing everything. His speech in the United Nations General Assembly was very telling. He said, "We recognized Israel, but they did not recognize us." 2 years ago, he said in the UNGA, "Please protect us." Last year, he said, "If you don't want to treat us like humans, at least treat us like animals. Animals should be protected." Of course, this is not the logic of the majority of the Palestinians. Palestinians don't accept this discourse, of course. The Palestinian children in Gaza don't accept this discourse, let alone the elderly or the resistance. The Palestinians have suffered a lot in 1 year. Tens of thousands were killed. 100,000 or more were injured. But there's a lot of suffering. But the impacts on Israel are also tremendous. Now, we are thinking strategy. I know many politicians think about the now. Even political science, I remember one of our professors used to say, 20 years is political science. Beyond that is history. But now we're talking about future strategy. If we think about the now, we probably might end up surrendering like President Mahmoud Abbas. But if we think about the future, if we have a vision to get out of this, we should think about the future, and we should equip ourselves to achieve something in the future. Like the Zionist movement in 1897 in the Switzerland conference, the World Zionist Organization conference. They were planning how to create a Jewish homeland in somebody else's land. By then, they were not sure if it will be in Palestine, but they were planning to rob a bank, but they weren't sure which bank. Theodor Herzl wrote his Judenstaat, or the Jewish state, and they started working hard to achieve a state. They achieved it, unfortunately, in 1947, 1940. We also have to work hard on achieving a vision. The vision should definitely be one Palestinian state, an end of colonization, dismantling the Zionist apartheid colonial regime. And most of the Palestinian political and military groups are actually working hard to achieve that. What have the impacts of this war been on Israel? Because if we, the Palestinians, are trying to dismantle this colonial regime, we have to do an assessment after 1 year. Is this happening? If the war continues for another 3 years, will this be happening? I will look into 4 different impacts and conclude with that. One, the diplomatic impacts. In 1948, I mentioned just now, not a single state recognized the Palestinian state, not even our most adjacent neighbors. Nobody bothered about recognizing the state of Palestine. The Jordanians annexed the West Bank. Egypt created some sort of administration in Gaza, and that's it. For the last 12 months, if you see the votes in the United Nations General Assembly, an average of 140 countries vote for anything Palestine. And even the Western European powers who created the State of Israel and who continue to be on its side in this ongoing war, their camp started to have some splits and difference in opinion. Of course, I don't buy for a second that the United States administration is calling for peace or an end of the ongoing war. That's a different story, but I'm talking about the Western camp in general, not the leader of the camp. The United States talks about ceasefire while it's supplying the huge bombs to the Israeli military and providing $26 billion of economic incentives and military aid. They talk about resolution or a settlement of a situation in Lebanon while Netanyahu is in New York pressing the button or giving the order to drop huge bombs on Dahye in southern Lebanon to wipe out an entire neighborhood. I'm not talking about the United States. I'm talking about the Western camp in general. They are divided. There are differences in opinion. Countries like Spain, Slovenia, Ireland, and a few others started publicly recognizing the Palestinian state. They, especially in closed doors, criticized Netanyahu and his government. And there are differences of opinion because many of them feel that what Israel wants is too much. So on the diplomatic level, the Palestinian issue is back on the agenda, the top agenda of the international community. In 2017, when Trump came to power, all the way until 2023, the Palestinian issue was literally being swept under the carpet. Discussions in different diplomatic spheres was on how to recognize Israel, and the Israelis were successful in exporting the idea that the Palestinians inside Israel are an internal problem. We will solve it eventually. Many Arab countries recognized Israel and signed the Abrahamic Accords, accepting this very idea that, okay, Netanyahu will give more jobs to the Palestinians and that's it. So the Palestinian issue, the Palestinian struggle, the Palestinian hope of freedom and statehood was completely being brushed aside and swept under the carpet. But that's not the case now. Every top-level meeting across the world, of course, for interested parties, will definitely have the Palestinian issue as a priority. The entity, the Zionist entity, Israel, is now isolated like never before. They are losing more friends than gaining friends. And this is probably their worst, nightmare since the collapse of the Soviet Union. They have not lost this much friends. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, they gained a few friends, especially in the Muslim world. But now they are losing so many friends, not only diplomatically, but also in terms of, political forces, the people, and so on. The ICJ is now trying Israel. It will probably come to the conclusion that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Genocide is the most heinous and worst of crimes. And a society or a nation that commits genocide is signing a suicide, decision. Look at the other genocidal regimes in the past, and you can see what happened to them. There was a genocide in Rwanda. There was a genocide in Bosnia. There was at least in modern times, and those regimes have collapsed. The ICC is also trying some Israeli top leaders. Not that I count so much on diplomacy to solve the problem. Again, I mentioned I'm not a big fan of President Mahmoud Abbas' strategy, but diplomacy taken into consideration tells you that Israel is losing. Let's look at the military and geopolitical level. The biggest achievement of this 1 year of struggle was the collapse of the Iron Wall theory or doctrine. The idea of early Zionist, reformist Zionist thinker, Zeev Jabotinsky, was that we have to build an iron wall, not literally, but to be so powerful, so scary that our neighbors will not dare to attack us. And Israel has managed to achieve that since the year 1973 until today. Not a single Arab neighbor or opponent of Israel dared attack Tel Aviv or Israel. There were very, very, very few small exceptions. Saddam Hussein in 1991 dropped some bombs on Tel Aviv. Until 2023, that's it. That was it. The Palestinians, of course, have always tried to break this, and Palestinians launched rocket attacks on Tel Aviv throughout the years from probably 2012 when they started to develop 75-kilometer projectiles. Since 2012 until today, that's happening on the Palestinian front. But since 2023, almost everybody is attacking Israel. And I'm not a fan of, bloodshed or death of civilians. I'm looking at it geopolitically. I'm saying that before 2023, military forces had to think a million times before launching a stone on Israel. But since 2023, what's happening? The Lebanese are launching rockets on Israel. The Iraqis are launching rockets on Israel, and drones, of course, now we have them. The Iranians launched drones and rockets on Israel. The Yemenis launched hypersonic missiles on Israel. Interestingly, a few weeks ago, a Bahraini military group, I've never heard of their name, launched drones onto Israel. We are talking about a big change here. The whole military doctrine collapsed. Israel invested so much money and so much efforts in maintaining this iron wall. Suddenly it's a glass wall. And that's an important strategic geopolitical shift. Within the context of this geopolitical shift, we see an expansion or a proliferation of the enemies of Israel. In any strategy will tell you, make more friends and have less enemies. You shouldn't, fight the whole world. Israel is actually antagonizing the whole world. It's causing hatred and enmity everywhere. And maybe this is one of the few differences between the Americans and the Israelis. The Americans are still advising the Israelis that kill them silently, but the Israelis don't want to listen. Because the Americans, they had their fair share of war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan, but they have always tried to cover it up. And when it emerged in media, at least there were some sane people within the American society telling their administration that that's wrong. Abu Ghraib, for instance, and so on. But in the case of Israel, the Israeli society completely cheers for the rape of Palestinian inmates, for instance, in prisons. That's unthinkable. Even America is wiser than Israel. So Israel is proliferating the number of its enemies. That's the worst strategy that you could ever have. And geographic and demographic shrinking of Israel is something interesting that we should point to. In 1948, Israel was created. I don't have a map. I'm sorry, I don't have slides. They control about 80% of Palestine. 1956, they attacked Gaza and Sinai. 1967, they annexed the West Bank, Gaza, Sinai, Golan. So the territory expanded. 1973, interestingly, although Arabs attacked first, Israel expanded its control in Syria. 1982, Israel invaded. 1978, invaded Lebanon, and 1982 invaded and occupied all the way until Beirut. So that's, to me, that's the highest level of reach for Israel. They reached the maximum in 1982. Their geography was so extensive, although they pulled out of Sinai later through a deal with Egypt, but Sinai now is practically a demilitarized zone. That's why the Egyptian regime is unable to control a few militias in Sinai because they cannot send tanks and troops into Sinai. So Israel, although they pulled out of Sinai, they still control Sinai. 1982, 1987, things started to change. Geographic and demographic control of Israel started to decline. The first was through the Intifada. The Israelis got busy indoors. They had to send their tanks and soldiers who were supposed to fight wars to expand the territory from the Nile to the Euphrates. They had to send them into the roads and neighborhoods of Gaza and the West Bank. And for a few years, the Israeli military was bleeding. In 1993, they signed the Oslo Accords, although they did not deliver a Palestinian state, but that was to an extent for especially visionary Israeli leaders who wanted a state from the Nile to the Euphrates. It was, well, this is an arguable idea. It was a retreat or a small concession to the Palestinians to create an autonomy. But of course, some Palestinians would tell you, no, that was actually a trap. It was a way to create clean colonialism and to create a new style of colonization. But anyway, in 2000, Israel pulled out of Lebanon. That was also probably the first major retreat and shrinking of Israeli geography. They pulled out of Lebanon through military force. Hezbollah fought a severe battle until Israel pulled out. 2005, Israel's disengagement plan from Gaza. Israel pulled out troops from Gaza. Yes, they continued to control water, electricity, and fuel supply to Gaza, but basically the Palestinians were able for 17 years or 18 years to build their own society and their resistance capabilities. In 2023, until today, Israel's geography is also shrinking. How is that so? The whole area around Gaza, the envelope of Gaza is still empty. No Israeli settlers live there. They had to run away after October the 7th. That's shrinking. You can have a big territory that you have no control over, just like Sinai just now that we mentioned. In South Lebanon, north of Palestine, north of occupied Palestine, north of Israel, 100 or 150,000 Israeli settlers left, and there is no sign of them coming back home. If imagine just a hypothetical scenario, if geopolitical developments haven't happened from the eastern border, West Bank and Jordan, towards Israel, you will have a few 100,000 also leaving. And there are already a few 100,000 Israelis leaving Israel for good, even before October 7 operation, because they were fed up with the system, because the right-wing religious and nationalist fanatics are taking over under Netanyahu. And many secular or left-wing Israelis who created the state of Israel in the 1940s feel alienated even at the very place they created. So they are leaving. They were protesting against Netanyahu, and then now they are leaving. So geopolitically, Israel is shrinking. That's important. Sorry if I took a long time. I'll try to also touch on finally on 2 points. One is the narrative, the war of narrative, the media front, and the moral legitimacy of Israel. It is also being shaken to its core. After the Holocaust, many, especially in the West, felt that the Jewish communities should get a place of their own. Unfortunately, they didn't give them a place in Germany, which killed them. They gave them a place in our homeland. But anyway, today, the younger generation in Europe, the United States, and across the world is definitely questioning the very legitimacy of the state of Israel. You create a homeland for a monstrous society that's going to kill everybody. That makes no sense. The normalization efforts collapsed almost everywhere. Although, of course, they will try to recycle it and repackage it and sell it to our communities. But you tell the 5-6 years old children normalize with Israel, and you will see how they respond to you anywhere in Malaysia or across the Muslim world or in Asia and Africa. In fact, people have gone too far in some communities that they started to even act against Jews. We don't support that as Palestinians. We are against Israel and its brutality. But the Israeli leaders are Jewish. So they are antagonizing the whole world and creating more hate. Unfortunately, the biggest source of anti-Semitism in the world is the policies of the Israeli government. Then, so normalization is collapsing. It's not completely defeated, though. There will be some treacherous leaders amongst us who are willing to sell everybody for a place on the table. The rise of boycott efforts, a change in Western public opinion, and most importantly, the new narrative, which is an old narrative, but now it's gaining ground. Colonialism. Israel is a colonial project. One of the biggest problems in the United States was that people don't actually read about what's happening. It's like the IPAC and the Zionist lobby were putting so much effort in trying to distract people from what's happening. We don't mind if people read about what's happening. I don't mind if they read even Zionist writings on what's happening. Because when you start thinking, when you start reading and using your brain, you will figure out that Israel is a colonial project. But now, because the issue is in the news almost 24/7, and in media, in social media, people started to read on TikTok in the United States, for instance, and now they're going to ban TikTok maybe because of that. People started to ask about Israel. What is the issue? What's going on? How did it come to happen? Unfortunately, everybody started to read about it and hear about it, except the Israeli society itself. One would think that any rational society will start to think about what's happening and how did we come here to this point. But the TikTok and Instagram interviews with many Israelis, especially young Israelis, show that these people are so delusional and brainwashed that they don't even know about Nakba. They've never heard about Nakba. They don't know how they came to become Israelis. But anywhere else in the world, the narrative has changed. It is a colonial occupation. It has to come to an end. Finally, the economic impacts of this war on Israel, it by itself deserves a lot of even academic attention, writing, and discussions. Israel's economy was downgraded at least 3 or 4 times since the start of this war. Tell me who is that crazy businessman or billionaire who will go invest any money in Israel? No one. Tourism is over. It's something of the past, except of course for religious tourism. Israel is mainly now, or clearly becoming a shutdown economy. The Israeli workforce has to go and fight because they are all reservists. It's a military society. So if a war continues in Lebanon, may God protect the people of Lebanon and all innocents around the world. But if the war continues in Lebanon for another year, and probably with Yemen for another year, and because Israel wants to fight everybody, how exactly are they going to run their factories and their businesses and their tourism and their manufacturing? It's over. The Israeli businessman, the Israeli engineer, the Israeli school teacher is a soldier. They have to go and fight battles here and there. So arrogance sometimes brings your downfall and collapse. And that is happening to Israel. Genocide doesn't always solve problems. So investments are escaping. Everybody is boycotting Israel. And now people are so angry that they are boycotting anything West. People, you see them. In my case, I only boycott Israeli and American products. But I see people who are willing to boycott anything with English writing on it. People are so angry, People are really angry at the Israeli actions and their supporters. In Malaysia alone, I think we have seen so many cafes, American cafes closing down. In the place where I live, I've seen that. I don't want to mention names of later the video will have a problem. Reliance finally on the United States, economic impacts. Israel now is completely reliant on the United States for its economic survival. They got tens of billions of dollars since the start of war. They have, of course, been using American technology, and I would conclude with that. Israel is trying to portray that it's a very brutal, powerful power, but it's wholly because of the United States. If you go to a horror house, a small, entertainment places where they have hantus or these ghosts and so on, if you're scared, you will start shouting. Sometimes you start shouting first because you want to scare or another example, a wild dog attacks you and you're scared of dogs. You start shouting at the dog, not because you are more powerful than the dog or you are going to defeat the dog. It's because you are scared. Israel's bombing of the whole region, Israel's brutal attacks on the people is because it has come to the conclusion that it's not the mythical power that it is. It completely relies on the United States. They use the American bombs, they use the American political cover. Even when they decide to assassinate Lebanese leaders, they have to go to the United States to make the decision and take the orders. Netanyahu was yesterday in the United States when he took the order of attacking Dahiya. That's very, very important. If we want to see a free Palestine, we have to, number one, or first of all, have a vision, which is a free Palestine, and we have to really work for it. And I conclude with the verse of the Quran, إن تكونوا تألمون فإنهم يألمون كما تألمون. If you are feeling pain, they are also feeling pain like you are. We want a peaceful settlement, but Israel never wanted so. If Israel's occupation was peaceful, probably the Palestinian response would have been peaceful. But Israel's occupation of Palestine is one of the most brutal, so response will definitely be brutal. But eventually, the Palestinians will never give up, and they will continue to struggle. And let's see how many more years it will take, 10, 20, 50. The future generations in Palestine will do their best to achieve total liberation and freedom of Palestine. Thank you very much, and sorry for the long presentation.
So we have for discussion. We'll take one from online first.
Should I read it? Yes, please. Okay, question from Home Solutions. Okay, question from Home Solutions 2020. What role do you see for the younger generation of Palestinians in shaping the narrative and driving the advocacy for the one-state solution? The most important role for the Palestinians in the struggle is actually fighting back, and they're doing that. In shaping the narrative, I think others, non-Palestinians, the supporters of Palestine, have a bigger role and have a bigger responsibility, because the Palestinians in Gaza or the West Bank or inside the so-called Israel, they are fighting for their survival. So the footage of these young Palestinians, this young boy, if you remember, coming out from under the rubble, and the stones are all over his face, and saying, we are fighting back, we are not giving up, no matter what you do. I think that's good enough to shape the narrative. Now we need the academics who support Palestine across the world, fair-minded people, the solidarity movement, to start to work on promoting the Palestinian narrative. How is that possible? There are so many avenues, but unfortunately it's underutilized. I have to acknowledge that. How many movies have you seen in Netflix on the Palestinian narrative? But how many Israeli narrative movies are there? There are so many. You will see a lot in that front, let alone academia. You go to Kinokuniya in KLCC, the bookshop, and now they are having more pro-Palestine books. I have to acknowledge that compared to before. But there is still a gap. And it's academics like our friends here in this venue that should shape this narrative, because it's intellectuals and the intelligentsia that actually shapes the minds of the people. Media helps a lot, because media will expand and spread the word, but the word has to come from these intellectuals. Unfortunately, there is a lot more that should be done, and it's not happening. This kind of conference is a very, very good initiative in this direction. If the question is referring to Malaysia, I think there is a lot that can be done. Now, finally, we have a Palestine Study Center in University of Malaya, the Hashim Science Center. That's a very good step forward. I see many think tanks like ASHAWI, our think tank AMEC, and several institutions here in Malaysia are trying to also fill the gap, organize conferences, write, spread the word, but a lot can be done, and we need everybody in this. The younger generation, if you are a student, write about the topic. That's a good start. Okay.
Yes.
Come over because before. So people can hear.
Should I flip this?
Yes, come over.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. if we are discussing the solution for the Middle East issue, Palestinian issue, we need to go to the core issue. The core issue is when the British came to Palestine after the First World War, they took over the land from the Palestinians. When they handed over in 1948, they handed over to other nations, to the Israelis. The Palestinians were 99%. I mean, the Palestinian Muslims, if you can see, in the beginning of the century, 20th century. And the Israelis, so-called Israelis now, the Jews were only 1 to 2% only. So in 1948, the Israelis, the Jews, Zionists, were almost 30%. And they were owning the land, only 7% of the land, Palestine. So when they hand over, it's illegal. So when we are going to find a solution, we have two angles. One angle is looking to the situation, legal framework. The only legal things that we have is 181. So resolution with the Security Council, United Nations Security Council. The 181 designed the map of the Palestinian state, the map of the Israeli state. Okay, that's not after 1948. In 242 resolutions, 338 resolutions, do not describe what kind of state that we are going to have. In resolution, it's the legal aspects of the issue. In the resolution 181, describe very openly and clearly that the Palestinian refugees have the right to return to their houses, to their lands, to their fields, and to their farms, and to be compensated for the troubles that they have, for the agony that they receive, and these are still intact. So, if you want to look for a legal basis for any solution internationally, recognized by the whole world, we have to go to 181. If you don't want, we have to go to the actual situation. The actual situation in Palestine is that now more than 50% of the people living inside the historical Palestine, which is from the river to the sea, are Palestinians. The reality on the ground that if they want two-state solution, it's acceptable for the Palestinians in theory. That's in PLO. But the Israelis, they are looking to state solutions that one state for that which has been established in 1948. The other state, another Israeli state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip for the settlers. The settlers, Dr. Imran was speaking about the generation who created Israel, who established Israel, are no more there. I think now we have more fanatic Israelis than the settlers, more than those people who established Israel. They established those people who established Israel, motivated by the West, motivated by the colonial powers, and supported by the colonial powers. But those people, most of them, they born or settle in the settlements of the West Bank, and they believe that there is no possibility for any government to reach any kind of solution for the problem without their approval. And their approval means that they have their own power. They are the upper hand over the Israeli state. They have upper hand over any regime of the world. They don't care. If you listen to them, if you see their practice on the ground, they have no laws. They are militias. We can expect more than 2 million guns in their hands. There are almost 800,000, and they have more than 2 million guns in their hands. If any government, and they have electoral power, I mean, in the elections, they have power. So they have the decision makers there. For us, in the Palestinian side, we do believe that we have to keep struggle, even if there is one person in Palestine. Even a single person in Palestine left, he will continue his struggle for freedom. And it is admitted by the Israeli leadership, admitted for the Israeli Mossad, former leaders, admitted for the many of the intellectuals, Israeli intellectuals, that if you want to have a solution for the Palestinians, you have to give them the rights. What the rights that you can give the Palestinians? Two-state solution, it proved that it's not applicable. It's not reasonable for the Israelis. One state with two ethnicities also not acceptable, because of one thing. Because those people who are living in Palestine now, they believe that they are gods or sons of gods. They cannot live with gods. You have to change the mindset of the people. The mindset, if to accept the others, they are not accepting any other nation to be with them. And another dimension also, that the Westerns, they are not able, they do not feel or imagine that one day that Israelis can go back, the Jews can go back to Europe. So the Europe dilemma. Now all the solutions that we are talking about, to find, the Westerns are looking to find a solution for the Israeli crisis. And we, the whole Muslim Ummah, and the third world countries, or you can see the northern part of the world, looking to find a solution for the Palestinian dilemma, for the Palestinian economy. So who will prevail in the end? The Westerns who have the power, or the other whole nation? If you look at the latest resolutions, United Nations, which is in General Assembly, only 12 countries of the world oppose Palestinian state. And there are no countries. You can expect only United States, Israel, and several tiny states here or there, even I do not remember their names. To 100,000 people, 20,000 people in the Pacific Ocean or somewhere. So the most majority of the world are supporting Palestinian cause. Only United States and the Western countries, I mean, when I speak about Western countries who are in the circle of the United States.
You need to give a chance to respond.
Okay, so please.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Samer. I would agree with you definitely that, especially the point you raised about the current Israeli population in the West Bank, the illegal Israeli settlers, they're not going to give up that easily, and it's going to be a very painful struggle. And that's why what I always say in even in my conversations or my social media posts, at least in the few outlets that are still not banned yet, the Palestinians in the West Bank, the people of Jordan have to be prepared for something that is going to happen eventually. If, God forbid, if Israel wins this war, and it's going to be a long protracted war, they're not going to let everybody stay home in the West Bank. What they have done in Gaza will definitely, God forbid, be implemented in the West Bank. And they started in the last 1 year. They attacked especially refugee camps, because to them refugee camps are very symbolic, not only because of the resistance, but because this means these refugees will go back to Israel. In Jenin and in Tul Karm and other refugee camps, they bulldoze them. These camps now are flat. 1,000 Palestinians were killed in the West Bank, although the pretext was the attack from Gaza. They still are attacking the Palestinians in the West Bank. But how powerful these fanatic Israeli settlers will be in the future of Israel is also subject to discussion and analysis. Because if this war ends with a failure of Netanyahu, as we all hope, the right wing that came to power through Netanyahu will probably be sidelined in Israel, at least for a while. And the United States administrations, the pro-Israel United States administration, are clearly not big fans of this right wing. They would like Israel to continue to kill Palestinians silently and to gain more land by time. They are asking them to be more patient and win things by time. They are buying them time. The Americans are buying Israel time. But of course, if Trump comes to power, maybe the right-wing Israelis will be more emboldened and they will carry out more massacres in the West Bank. So it's tough time. It's very difficult for everybody, and that's why it makes no sense for anyone in the Muslim world or in the Arab world to cheer for Israel. And unfortunately, many of the regimes in the Middle East are complicit in the ongoing war in Gaza. They are cheering for Israel discreetly. And in social media, you see some of them cheering for Israel publicly, especially some of the extremist ideologies within the context of the Arab world, like the Wahhabi ideology. You see them on Twitter, for instance, cheering for Israel, justifying what Israel is doing in Gaza. And they're like being used, of course, by Israel. It's interesting that there was an article that appeared in Haaretz, I think, about Madkhalism. They call it Madkhalism or Madkhaliya. It's one of the Wahhabi streams of ideology. The title was something like Madkhalism, a new ally of Israel, something like that. So yeah, it makes no sense for people to cheer for or even justify Israel's policies, because eventually, if Israel wins this war, their fanatic settlers will carry out massacres in the West Bank. They will probably attack Jordan. They're talking about that publicly. They will attack Lebanon, and if they attack Lebanon, they will go through Syria. The Israeli tanks will literally pass through Syria. A lot of concerns, of course. But I agree with you that the Palestinians, even if a single Palestinian is left, they will not give up. And what a small minority of power-seeking Palestinians has done will not, that does not represent the majority of the Palestinians. And I'm talking about those who have resorted to cooperating and collaborating with Israel. These very, very few individuals or sometimes political forces do not reflect the large population that is struggling against Israel. Thank you very much. And
one of the aspects that the Palestinian people now believe and who say not in my name. They are the most articulate and most well-educated people. So it is known faculty and the Irish Times. These are the people who are to help young people understand the narrative and the background to this. So that is one of the major people that we need to connect and supporting, and to make sure and to educate our people, not to target everyone. The Zionists are the people that we have to realize that we have Zionists. That's what you're talking about. I mean, if October 7th had happened, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was going to be signing up to the Abraham flights. Arab was already allowed to fly. So what I'm saying is that if October 7th had happened, we would prepare the law, something for the people. But the thing that I really ask people to think about, the one is the fact that all these people are articulate, educated, resource, and the ability to change the dialogue entirely are the people that I spoke about, the environment, the experience. The other thing that I told you came was speaking about accountability. Fine. You also have to start thinking about what when the change occurs. Now there was a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. A big fun. No, what is it? If I can just finish. Accountability is critical. How will the accountability take place of those individuals who have been responsible for genocide for the last decade, 2 decades? There has to be a process. We spoke about all of these things, and earlier I mentioned the fact that the Nuremberg trials were a way of being identified as people and it's deal with them. Still nothing has been done for the Zionist criminals who were perpetrating Palestine. There's a third aspect. You spoke about the economic aspects of how Israel has been hurt by all of the effort community-wise, and those communities, whether they're the empowered market, etc., who have actually handled security impact. So there's enough for bankrupt. Whether it is the inability for drilling the off, etc. These things have to be recognized. Nobody in this right mind will do that. Chevron investment. You made energy is continuing investment. The pipeline is not complete. The whole thing about Gaza is not about just about the fact that there was this October 7th event. This was created in order to justify all of the other economic sort of programs that are out there. Finally, we have to speak with people, identify them, build on them. And we've got BDS movement, which is extremely hard and is only going to grow stronger. We were part of the South African BDS in the 60s when we demonstrated and in front of the South African embassy. So all I'm sort of saying is that what happens at the end? Because about that, accountability will be ended. Because with the very right-wing people who have invented themselves, because hopefully the Israelis are not probably settled for any reason other than that they need these people there. Okay. That two-state solution is no longer viable. And that is why the one-state solution has to be imposed on this. My request to you is economics, resources that we have, and the accountability that have.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. I think our friend here raised many points. One is the position of the world Jewry, the Jewish people across the world, whether they are pro-Israel or are abandoning Israel now. I think we have to engage those who are anti-Zionist and groups like Jewish Voices for Peace, Not in My Name, and many other groups that we see now in social media should get more platform. But it's not our priority as Palestinians to go and engage these people, because Palestinians inside Palestine particularly are struggling for survival. This is the role of our allies and friends. This is the role of OIC member states, for instance. This is the role of African and Asian nations. Are they engaging these people? What we see is the reality is very opposite. What we see is that most of the Muslim majority governments, when they go to the United States, they engage the Zionist lobbies, not the anti-Israel voices, which is very hypocritical, of course. I know that for some of them, they feel that these Zionist lobbies in Israel, these Zionist Jewish communities in Israel are more powerful, so we should talk to them. And that is actually one of the problems. So yes, we have to reach out to these people. Many of them are coming out and they feel that what Israel is doing is against the Jewish faith or embarrassing for them. Or yeah, now they are. They are. But it's still also limited platforms.
Yeah, but I'm saying at least in the Muslim world we should be doing this.
Yes.
Our limited media.
Like the war in Gaza has been there for 1 year, the genocide. I'll give an example. And Malaysia, for instance, is a very pro-Palestine nation. Indonesia, neighboring country, I've just come back from Jakarta, is a very pro-Palestine nation. How many times did Malaysia or Indonesia invite such figures, intellectuals, academics, politicians from the United States to speak up? Congresswomen or congressmen who are pro-Palestine, how many times were they invited here? I'm not saying go sponsor them, because that will probably cause problems for them in the United States, but The minimum is to give acknowledgement. I'll cite another example, which I don't know if I should say or not, but I'll just say it. Maybe I shouldn't say, but okay. I met the South African ambassador in one Muslim country, and of course I was thanking him for their initiative, expressing our appreciation for what South Africa has done. And this Muslim country where I met the South African ambassador is a pro-Palestine, hardcore pro-Palestine Muslim country. I asked them, have you met with politicians like who are interested in the Palestinian issue? He said, surprisingly, only one single political party from a very wide of pro-Palestine spectrum political groups has visited me to say thank you for what South Africa has done to Palestine. So a country that is almost 99% pro-Palestine, a democratic Muslim country, where political forces are publicly pro-Palestine, did not give the time to go express their appreciation to South Africa for it has done, let alone bring American Jewish speakers or voices. So I don't want to sound not thankful. I am thankful, of course. I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate what every pro-Palestine country is doing, but I think there is a lot more that is not being done, and I cannot understand why. When we in our political statements as political leaders in the Muslim world make strong statements in the United Nations General Assembly about Israel being a genocidal state, about Israel being a criminal terrorist regime, about the Palestinians deserving full rights, etc. Then the Palestinians, for instance, cannot even get a visa to come to this country. Or the Palestinians cannot have access to media in this country. This applies to most of the OIC states, by the way. The Palestinians need the visa, and difficult to get visa to the absolute majority of the OIC states. So it makes no sense to me, but that's the reality. Okay, the transitional justice. Those responsible for atrocities and war crimes in the ongoing genocide should be brought to justice. I agree with that. But I think we have to dismantle the regime first to achieve that. And it's a long way ahead. And to me, the priority is not to get these individuals to be brought to task. The priority is to end the ongoing genocide and injustice. And they might not, as individuals, they might not face consequences in their lifetime. We have to accept that this is part of how life is. What is more important is that collectively we get our freedom, and collectively this unjust regime comes to an end. That is important. The colonial powers who colonized the world for hundreds of years, the Dutch in Holland, some of these Dutch, commanders and war criminals enjoyed a very happy life, and that's why we Muslims and many people of the book believe in a second life, in a hereafter. These people sometimes enjoy the very healthy, happy life for 80 or 90 years, committing war crimes, and nothing happens to them. There is definitely a way, for them to be brought to justice in the second life. But for us, in this our lifetime, we have to end the political regime called Israel and, bring about total justice. Now, maybe a good example is what happened in Mecca when the Prophet conquered Mecca. Many of the criminal, war criminals who fought against the Prophet for 10 years were given amnesty, were let alone, But overall, the people in Mecca were able to practice Islam, and many of them embraced Islam freely. So in Palestine, we want freedom. Bringing Netanyahu to justice, that hopefully will happen, but that's another thing. Finally, on the supporters of Israel, as you mentioned, Chevron and other companies continue to invest in Israel. Some are committed to supporting Israel ideologically, religiously, or probably for political reasons. That's understandable. And we should continue to target them in our boycott campaigns and pressure them. But some people are willing to invest money to support a wrong cause. That's everywhere. They might not be affected, but we have to at least make sure that we drive out others, because the absolute majority of business people would like to see their business prosper. Only a few ideologically committed business people will continue to send their money to the wrong cause. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I think I've taken more than my.
But I don't think it has to be because we can do that. So, moving forward, who do you see might feel the vacuum? This would have us stay. Let's see. That so, and so the flag is who's going to be in your opinion? My
I think, thankfully, our Palestinian society is full of good potential leaders. This will never be a problem. In the case of Hamas, for instance, the founder of Hamas, the iconic founder of Hamas, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, was assassinated, and the movement continued to prosper and grow. And interestingly, this is what many don't know, the last few years of Sheikh Ahmed Yassin's life, he was not even the chairman of Hamas. People outside thought that he was the chairman because of the respect and the way people revered him, but the organization was intact and it was running. Then Israel assassinated him and assassinated Abdulaziz Rantisi. Then eventually Hamas chose other leaders. Now they assassinated Saleh Al-Aruri and Ismail Haniyeh. They chose other leaders. God protect all the Palestinian leaders, but if anybody is assassinated, there will be others. The same applies to the Lebanese resistance. Israel thinks that by dropping a huge bomb on Dahya and killing the entire leadership of Hezbollah, then it's over. Yeah, they claim that assassinated Nasrallah. If they continue doing that, that doesn't end the struggle. It does sometimes end the struggle. It does sometimes end the struggle of newborn groups. Yes, if there is a newborn group, let's say a new rebellion started and there's a new group, if you kill the commander, you end the group. Yes, but Palestinians have crossed the. You're talking about the political context. It's not our priority, honestly. For Palestinians, many Palestinians ask when, many friends ask, when is the elections? When is the next elections? But for most Palestinians, this is not the priority. President Abbas is the president right now. He has full access to the whole world. He can board a plane and travel anywhere in the world. Did it make a difference for us, for our struggle? A real significant difference? Not really. What we need now is people who fill the vacuum of leading the struggle. There are many of them. There are so many of them. It doesn't really matter what the outside world think of these leaders or how they operate with them. I'll give you a fight, and we close with this. I'll give you a good example that we have just witnessed 2 years ago. Taliban took over Afghanistan, right? They defeated the Americans. They created a new government. How many countries recognize the Taliban government now? I don't know the number, but when they took over, almost no one. But Afghanistan is finally stable, secure. The economy is developing. Yes, there are complaints, especially from the outside, that why don't you send girls to school? Why don't you do this and that? But the country is independent and somebody is running it. And the whole world didn't have a say in that. The same applies to Palestine. Doesn't really matter what, especially the enemy thinks of who is the right candidate to become president of the PLO. Maybe the PLO is relevant in this context. What matters more, and this brings me to another point. People talk a lot about national unity. You should be united to achieve independence. That's good, but that's not the only way to achieve independence. The Kuomintang and the Communist Party of China were practically in civil war when the Japanese were fighting them. Eventually, they both drove out the Japanese occupation, and one side only continued to lead the country. Not that I'm being factional right now or supporting one side over the other, but I'm saying what matters more is the struggle itself, not who is president, not who is prime minister. The world is more preoccupied with the second, not the first. Thank you so much. Salam. Next coffee.
Right. We come to the close. We are going to end this one-day seminar on the one-state solution. So I'll just make a few very, very short comments because we've been here for many hours. We are used to hearing people say that the situation in Palestine is very complicated. And we're also used to hearing the response to that it's not complicated. It's a question of colonization, of dispossession, of dehumanization of a people. That's all there is to it. And I think many of us would agree with that. But we can also understand, especially from after listening to the presentations today, that the solution is very complicated. We have been told about or bombarded with this idea of a two-state solution for decades. But at the same time, people are talking about one state solution. And as as one of our presenters mentioned, there are at least six notions or scenarios for a one-state solution. I think you mentioned 6. So that aspect of it is very complicated. But it means that we need to be aware of these different ideas and understand what is facing Palestinians in terms of their choices. At the same time, and I think this point was made by another presenter this morning, by Dr. Chandra, I believe, that regardless of whether we believe in a one-state or a two-state solution, there's still work to be done for now, to push for rights, for justice for Palestinians, both within Israel, as well as for Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, as well as Palestinians elsewhere. So this having a Palestinian state is something that we wish will happen, and it will happen, but it will happen in the future. Meanwhile, there is still ongoing work to be done to improve the lives of Palestinians today. I want to just end by making a remark about what this means for us in Malaysia. We pride ourselves as being Palestinian rights and pro-Palestine, and we're quite vocal about that, and that's of course a good thing. But we also need to remind ourselves as Malaysians that we should be consistent. If we are for Palestine because we are anti-colonial, because we are anti-apartheid, and because we are pro-human rights, then we should also be serious about other cases around the world. And not just cases involving Muslims, but cases also involving non-Muslims. But even when it comes to Muslims, for example, the Rohingya issue, I don't think we seem to be as passionate about that as we are for the Palestinian cause. I also think that if we are for Palestinian rights, we are for the indigenous people of Palestine. We find this term indigenous is increasingly being used for Palestinians, and I agree with that, because the rights of these indigenous people had been usurped by colonizing, migrating, colonizing European Jews. And we are critical of that. We should also be critical of how we treat our own indigenous people, because we have treated our indigenous people in horrendous ways. This treatment happened, this usurpation and dispossession of indigenous people in Malaysia, the so-called Orang Asli, has been happening, of course, since colonial times, but it's continued well into the post-colonial period. Their dispossession of their land, disruption to their lifestyle because of in the name of development, in the name of progress, has been happening and continues to happen to this day. And we need to be serious about that. Otherwise, we open ourselves up to the accusation of hypocrisy. So Palestine has a lot to teach us, has a lot significant in terms of our, I should say, not only political, but also our moral education. With that, let me just also thank the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies, Puan Norma Hashim and Professor Nazari Ismail, for working with us to organize this seminar. And I look forward to collaborations in the future. Thank you very much.